What's up, Met fans? Welcome back to Talking Mets at Rob. How is everybody doing today on this Monday morning at 10 a.m.? About, about 57, 60 hours until the trade deadline at 6 p.m. on Tuesday. And go figure if you're a Met fan that Jacob deGrom makes his debut on trade deadline day, August 2nd. So it is going to be a very interesting 2 days. It's been very slow. The only major big move, excuse me, major big move has been Luis Castillo trade to Seattle, which they gave up a ton for. But I do like the mentality of the Mariners going for it, especially for a team that has been in the playoffs in 20 years. So it's about time that they made a move that can solidify their rotation, help them out going for that playoff push. So with that said, you see on the screen, I got the Mets trade rumors on one side and I got the MLB trade rumors on the other side. So obviously this is a Mets channel. If you're new to the channel, thank you for subscribing. Don't forget to please hit on this like button. This is a 5-hour special, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for everybody who wants to tune in. So don't forget to please share the live stream, guys, on your social media pages and also hit that like button. The more you guys do, the more this expands to more and more baseball fans. And I was going to do a specific Mets trade rumor special, trade deadline special, but because baseball as a whole during the lockout increased the views of my channel during the lockout, and I focused more about the lockout and baseball fans, I thought it was only appropriate to bring everybody together in this MLB trade deadline because one big trade for one team can affect another team in the same division, in the same league. So that's why I thought it would be a good idea to bring baseball fans as a whole together because, listen, you might be in St. Louis, Missouri right now as a Cardinals fan listening to Sports Talk Radio. You might get a little bit more information than I'm getting here in New York. And we all know about Juan Soto possibly being a target for the St. Louis Cardinals and the San Diego Padres and those teams. So it's important to get others' fans' perspective if they're in another state or if they're a fan of another team that they might have a little bit more knowledge of what's being said in that particular area of the country than it is in New York because obviously in New York, majority of the people are focusing on the Mets and the Yankees who are two of the top 4 teams in baseball. And it's only important to make sure that everything is covered, not just specifically the Mets or the Yankees because it's a New York team. So with that said, guys, we're going to go through a little bit of the Major League Baseball trade rumors, and then we're going to talk about the Mets more specifically because this is a Mets channel. I am a Mets fan, obviously. I think you guys can tell. And I just want to focus on the Mets because besides Vogelback and besides Naquin, the Mets didn't really make any type of move that can move the needle a little bit, so to speak. So it's important to figure out, are the Mets just not leaking anything? And that's why, because honestly, I think the way this organization works now, that there's really been no leaks. I mean, nobody heard about the Naquin possibility. Nobody heard about the Vogelback trade until basically it was going down. So that's why, I don't like Andy Martino. I think Andy Martino is wrong more than right. He basically just likes to irk the Mets fans mostly. Like, I know he's mostly a Mets reporter, and he kind of likes to irk the Mets fan. And let's be honest, he works for SNY. SNY is owned by the Wilpons, and I think he is a Wilpon puppet, in my opinion. So I honestly think the fact that there's weird rumors from reporters about the Mets saying one thing's too high. With Wilson Contreras, that the price is high to get Contreras and Robertson. The price is too high for JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez for the Red Sox. I don't necessarily believe that. And what do you expect teams like the Cubs, teams like the Red Sox to say? Like, they have to say what they want their fans to hear. If they say, oh, well, we don't really care what we need. we don't really care what we get. We just want to get rid of these guys to save a little bit of money. The Red Sox and the Cubs, storied franchises, are not going to tell the team, their fan base, well, we're just going to get what we can get just to save a little bit of salary relief. Just because Chaim Bloom might be doing that in Boston doesn't mean that that's exactly what they're talking about when it comes to Epler and the Mets. You know, I honestly think that if the Mets are going to go after JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez, who are two rentals, you're not going to get a lot for those type of players. Because, yeah, JD Martinez is good. Yeah, Christian Vasquez is a good catcher. But if you really think about it, how many teams are really in on those players? And you also have to take that into factor, like the competition. And that's one thing that I wanted to – we'll talk about that later when we get into the Mets trade rumors. But I just want to give a little perspective on that, what I'm thinking and what is actually being said. Because, look, ever since this new organization took over, as soon as Steve Cohen took office, there's been less and less and less leaks from the organization. And like I said, nobody knew the Escobar, Kana, and Marte signings were going down until they actually happened. And nobody had that. The same thing with Max Scherzer when Andy Martino used to go on SNY every single day during the offseason. The Mets have no shot for Scherzer. Scherzer does not want to come to the Mets. And what happened? The Mets got Max Scherzer. It's just a different type of team. And I think too many Met fans, and I see it on Twitter that people are getting pissed off. And I know some of you probably might feel in that as well. Oh, what are the Mets doing? They don't want to trade Vientos for JD Martinez. Listen, Mark Vientos could, keyword, could be a very good player. Could. But you have to look at the farm system of the Mets, the top 5 prospects. People you expect to come in the majors on this Mets team if they're not traded in the next year or two. Brett Baty, number 2 player in the Mets system. Prospect in the Mets system, correct? All right, we all know that, right? He's a third baseman. Mark Vientos is known for being a third baseman. Yes, he can possibly play first. Well, guess what? He can't play there because of Pete Alonso. He's technically not an outfielder, even though he's played there a couple of times in the minors, but he mostly plays third base, first base, and I know you're going to say it, yes, DH. But if you're going to put the pressure on Mark Vientos, if the Mets don't make a big bat trade as a DH or some big bat that can hold another position, then why wasn't Mark Vientos up a month and a half ago when this team needed the offense and needed that right-handed bat, when Escobar was doing bad, when there was no offense from the catcher? Why wasn't Mark Vientos up during that time, right? We heard about him last year. He was hitting the cover off the ball. He started slow this year and then picked it up later on this year. So with that said, with Mark Vientos, if the Mets are going to hold on to Mark Vientos because the Red Sox want Mark Vientos, and of course that's got to, the Red Sox really like Dominic Smith because he's controllable. He can start right away at first base. It would be a perfect addition for the Red Sox. And Mark Vientos is kind of a backup plan just in case the Red Sox don't sign Devers, because they have a decision to make. They either have to sign Bogarts or sign Devers. They're not signing both of them. And Chaim Bloom is definitely that type of person that will let one of them go and sign one of them. At least Mark Vientos is a backup plan just in case if Devers is the one that the Red Sox don't sign. So they have a backup plan. So don't listen to Andy Martino. Don't listen to reports saying the Mets are not willing to give Mark Vientos for JD Martinez along with Dominic Smith and, another top 20 to 25 prospect to get Christian Vasquez and JD Martinez. That's all smoke. If you think that's coming from the Mets organization or the Mets front office, you're not paying attention to what the Mets have been doing. The Javier Baez trade wasn't even known. It was more about, were the Mets going to get Chris Bryant? Were the Mets going to get one of the pitchers on the Cubs? Ended up being Trevor Williams. People were talking about other pitchers on the Cubs. Don't continue to listen to smoke that are coming from these reporters, because especially Mets beat reporters who are grasping at anything they can find to find a story, because the Mets are known now to not leak any stories. And you have to understand that before we go into this trade, these 48 hours of the trade deadline, to know the fact that just because a reporter says it and they have a quote-unquote source doesn't mean that they're getting it from the Mets front office. They might get it from another executive of another team, but why would a team like the Red Sox front office leak something to a reporter saying, well, the Mets don't want to give up Mark Vientos? Maybe it's coming from another executive from another team. Maybe a team like the Cubs who might have leaked in and says, well, the Mets don't want to give Vientos, but they're going to put that out there. But that doesn't mean that necessarily the Mets were going to use Vientos in a Contreras trade. They might have wanted to save that ace in the hole to woo the Red Sox into getting JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez. So that's the thing that I want to focus on real quick with my little bit of opinion about reporters and grasping at stories and trying to find a story because there's no story to be told or given or said coming from the Mets front office. It's already been shown. Nobody knew about the Lindor trade. Nobody. Until probably a day or two when things started to heat up. That's when everybody started to hear it. Nobody talked about it. Then, again, we're going to go again about Max Scherzer. Nobody, and I mean nobody, predicted or even had an inkling of the Mets signing Max Scherzer. Then, nobody had Marte, Canna, and Escobar signing in about a half-hour span late in the night of the offseason. Nobody had that either until it actually happened. So until you understand that the Mets front office does not leak this type of information, I don't know what to tell you. You're just going to believe everything that is said. And when it comes to Andy Martino, who, again, I don't think he's a bad person or a guy that just wants clicks for his stories or for his SNY.TV stories and reports and everything like that. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that when it comes to Andy Martino, he works for SNY. Cohen doesn't own SNY. The Wilpons do. Andy Martino has always been a puppet of the Wilpons. It's always been that way. Always. And even when the Wilpons owned them and Andy Martino was like, yeah, they're kind of in on whoever. When the Wilpons, when there was a big bat to be had or a big pitcher to be that the Mets needed or the big bat that clearly the Mets needed, but the Mets were never going to make those big trades or add on money to payroll. Andy Martino was like, yeah, they're in it. I can see them making a move. And then they'll end up getting, a Vogelback. Because if this was the Wilpons, Vogelback and Nate Quinn would have been the two big trades. And that would have been it. So, with that said, guys, we got about 90 in the stream right now. This is a 5-hour MLB Trade Deadline special, specifically all about Major League Baseball. Obviously, we're going to talk a lot about the Mets later in the stream, but I want to get into the MLB rumors and the rest of the teams that could affect the Mets in division or in the league. And, of course, we're going to talk a little bit about the Yankees as well. So I want you guys to please hit on that like button. Let's get the stream out to more baseball fans so we can talk about what you guys might have heard in your neck of the woods. If you're a fan of another team, you must not actually, there might be something you heard on your sports radio or a beat reporter came on your television and said something that I might not hear in New York. So it's not just me trying to find out, tell you guys everything because you guys know what's going on for the most part. But it's nice to actually talk about it and have our own opinions. So before we get started, I want to say what up to everybody in the chat and go through a couple of comments and see what's up with everybody. So once again, guys, I don't know if you're in the stream. If you don't say what's up, everybody gets a shout on my channel. If you're a member, if you're just a subscriber, or you just turning in for the first time being a subscriber, it really doesn't matter. If you're a subscriber for a year, a month, a day, doesn't really matter. If you're a member, you guys know I appreciate you guys. And I do shout out the members a little bit more, but I shout out everybody that hangs out in the channel. So with that said, let's say what up to everybody. We got Jose, we got Lane, we got Machete, we got Eric, Transistor, Grant, a member of Talking Mets, and Robert. Excuse me. Mets fan, we got Bill. Bill, I did see the comment really quick. I kind of lost it in the scrum when everybody was putting messages up, but I will find that. Don't worry. Brady, Sean, a member of Talking Mets, and Rob, Lewis, Meech, Jason, Tomas, David, Tim, Webbs, Roberto, a member of Talking Mets, and Rob, Joe, what's up, Joe? And the lockout, as always. July, let's see, sorry, I said that already. Heathen. And yes, Heathen, I do agree that the Cubs don't leak anything either. You know, they have a front office as well that is very tight-knit, and that's why I don't think it came from the Cubs. But I was just making a point about there's other executive, other teams that might be not having the best conversation with Epler and wants to leak something out there like, hey, they don't want to give Vientos. And then a reporter would just link it to the Red Sox because they know that the Mets are in on JD Martinez. So they might leak it like that. That's why when reporters talk about something like that, you know, they might hear something from an executive say, hey, the Mets don't want to give up Mark Vientos, but they don't know the whole story of what a team, you know, what did the Mets were trying to get in a conversation with another executive of another team. And, you know, it could have been a Juan Soto. It could have been a Mike Rizzo of the Nationals saying, well, the Mets didn't want to give up Vientos in a big deal for Soto. And just because Mike Rizzo, you know, might have, you know, unanimously gave a reporter, hey, the Mets don't want to give up Vientos in a trade. And then the reporters will take that and be like, well, the Mets are in on JD Martinez. So it must be they don't want to give Vientos for JD Martinez. It's not always one whole fact. It could be a combination of different things. We got, who else we got? We got Tribal Chief. We have Joe, another Joe. We got Jose. We got Peter. We got Tanya. Joseph, a member of Talking Met to Rob. Mothman. Beer Podcast. What's up, buddy? Meet the Mets. Christian, a member of Talking Mets and Rob. We also have, let's see, there was somebody else. Did I miss? No, I don't think so. All right, guys. All right, so let me just get to Bill really quick. I know he wrote something. Let me just make sure. Where is it? Sorry, guys. I'm just scrolling through the comments right now. Of course, I passed it up. Let's see. Bill, the Red Sox may not trade JD Martinez, but Heimblum said if he is dealt, it'll be extremely high. I think that's all smoke. Again, what else is Heimblum supposed to say to appease his fan base? He's not going to say, well, I mean, yeah, we're going to trade JD Martinez, but it doesn't really matter what we get back from. What we can get back from because he's a rental. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Any team, any GM is not going to say, well, yeah, we're sellers, but, you know, they'll say we're sellers, fine. You know, some fans, you know, Red Sox fans probably believe they're sellers, but you're not going to tell your fan base, well, we're going to see what we can get for them. I don't know if we're going to get a lot. You're not going to say that. You want to have some leverage. Heimblum doesn't have a lot of leverage. All right, JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez are free agents after this year. If you notice anything with Heimblum, especially when he was with the Rays, when a guy was coming up that was a decent name or a big batter or a big pitcher that was ready to come into a contract or getting a decent amount of money in a new contract, he usually traded them with the Rays. And if you notice anything with the Red Sox lately, they haven't been spending a lot of money. They've been trying to avoid, you know, no way in my right mind did I think the Red Sox would ever trade Mookie Betts. Like, that was the face of the franchise right there. They traded him. I know that wasn't technically, you know, that was like the first Heimblum move. Heimblum is going to trade JD Martinez for a fact. There's no incentive to keep JD Martinez or Christian Vasquez. Heimblum is the type of guy, let's get assets now or we don't get none at all. That's what he gets. That's what he does. He's always done that, and he's going to continue to do that. He's got that small market mind that has a little bit more money to work with. And again, they're not signing JD Martinez. Yeah, they might possibly sign Christian Vasquez, but again, if they get a good offer, and look, I honestly would give up Mark Vientos and a Dominic Smith and possibly another mid-level prospect for JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez, because Mark Vientos technically does not have a spot on this team, especially if the Mets go out and get a JD Martinez And now Vientos, if the Mets don't trade Vientos in a trade, he's going to be stuck in the minor leagues for another rest of the year. So if the Mets really cared about Mark Vientos and thinking that he'd be a big part of this organization or team, he would have been up 6 weeks ago when the Mets desperately needed offense in the DH spot. I honestly think that's smoke. Mark Vientos, Dominic Smith, and a mid-level prospect. I'm not lowballing the Red Sox. It's just common ground. They're getting a controllable piece who can slot into their first base spot right away in Dominic Smith. Mark Vientos is a guy who, like I said earlier, is a backup plan just in case the Red Sox don't decide to extend Rafael Devers. And also, you can bring up Vientos and he'll be a DH as well until you make that decision with Devers. So, and a mid-level prospect, there's a pitcher, Eric Orza, that a lot of teams like. I was reading a couple of things with the Red Sox scouts that have been checking out on minor league games for the Mets. The Cubs as well have been scouting mostly double-A players of the Mets as well. The Ronnie Mauricios of the world and everything like that. So, and a lot of teams watched Eric Orza and they do like him. He's not a big piece, but he is a guy. It's never like Noah Syndergaard. Noah Syndergaard was an afterthought in the R.A. Dickey trade, right? It was all about Travis Arnaud, the big-time catcher in the Blue Jays system. It wasn't even about Syndergaard. It was kind of cool because he was a big guy with long hair and he looked like Thor. That was what everybody got fascinated with. But when he started to pitch in the minors and people saw how good he was with his electric fastball, all of a sudden he became a big name. So it's not always Mark Vientos who might be the big story here. It might be that third piece of that puzzle in that trade package for the Red Sox that might be a difference in the Red Sox bullpen in the coming years or even the rotation in the coming years. Let's see. And yeah, I saw the poll that, I asked about which team would make the big blockbuster move. And I think the last time I checked, the Padres were like last. I think that's kind of funny. And I didn't put the Cardinals in there because I don't know how serious the Cardinals are with giving basically the rest of their farm system to the Nationals for Juan Soto because they gave up a lot of it for other players that are currently on their team. So it's kind of crazy. I know the Cardinals have a pretty good farm system, but to give up basically the rest of your good farm system for Soto, I don't think the Cardinals are going to do that. I think that's a little bit more of let's try to make a competitive offer so a team in the National League make it a little harder for them to get him. And that's what I'm thinking that's happening because I think all the teams that are in on Juan Soto are National League teams. I know some people talk about the Yankees. The Yankees are not getting Juan Soto. Cashman is in love with Volpe. He's not. If you're not giving up Volpe in a deal for Juan Soto, you're not getting Juan Soto. So scratch that, Yankee fans. So we'll see. The mixture trade, clearly, yeah. See, I think that's too much. Webbs. That's way too much. I don't think you have to give that much. Those guys are two rentals. Chaim Bloom might want that, and he might tell that to his fans. That's what he's looking for. But the pressure is going to be on, and that's why I think Billy Epler is doing an excellent job in waiting out these possible trades. Because, again, you got two teams that have big bats and catchers with a reliever thrown in with the Cubs and the Red Sox. There's not a lot of teams that are looking for big bat DHs and a big bat catcher in the playoff teams mostly. A lot of the teams that are in the playoffs are looking for starting pitching. And that's why I think the Mets are in the driver's seat when it comes to the Red Sox with JD Martinez and Chris Vasquez and the Cubs with Will Contreras and David Robinson. Now, Robinson is a little bit more different because there is always teams looking for bullpen help. But when it comes to that, it's a little too much because that's why I think if Epler was willing to give up those guys, of course the other teams would take it because that would be a good deal for the Red Sox. It wouldn't be a great deal for the Mets. That's a lot. And like I said, Vientos, your number 5 prospect with Dominic Smith and another mid-level, Jose Buto, I would do that. That's not too bad. But adding J.D. Davis and Khalil Lee and Mauricio, I don't think you need to put Mauricio in there. There's no reason to give up Mauricio. Maybe you might have to give Mauricio for a Contreras and Robinson. But I tell you right now, if you're giving up Mauricio for 2 rentals in Contreras and Robinson, I ain't giving much more. Like, you want J.D. Davis, fine, take him. But you're not getting more than that because you're getting rentals here, and it's no way in hell I'm giving more than that. And if the Cubs want to play games with the Mets, good. Find another deal and go about your business. And that's why Epler's not making a big move yet, because I think he's staying packed. Like, all right, this is what I'm willing to give. If you can find another offer, go do what you got to do. But let's be honest. If the Cubs or the Red Sox found a better offer already than the Mets, why haven't they traded these guys to another team yet? You know why? Because there probably isn't a better deal. And Epler hasn't pulled the trigger yet and approved the package. That's where I think everybody's kind of missing out over here. Like, if the Cubs and Red Sox don't like the Mets offer and they get offers from other teams, why haven't they just made a trade with another team? Because there's probably not a better offer than the Mets or another team. So you got to look at that as well. Yeah, Roberto, I'm not a big fan of Contreras. And once again, guys, don't worry. We'll talk about the trade rumors throughout baseball and more about the Mets, specifically about other players. But I just want to get to the comments. And again, most of the comments are from Met fans, so obviously, I'm just gonna get to that. So don't worry, stick around. We got a couple hours to go. I ain't going anywhere, so don't worry about that. And sorry if my voice is crackling. I kind of lost my voice over the last couple of days. I've been so busy, and it's just been crazy. Yeah, but I don't think Contreras is a very good catcher. And there was people in the comments of videos of the Wilson Contreras video that I did the other day that's saying, "Oh, you're crazy." Or they were giving me all these freaking analytical stats. Listen, I watched the Cubs. I saw him with against the Mets. Wilson Contreras has a great arm behind the plate. He's a bad framer of pitches. He's a catcher that doesn't make his rotation better, i.e. Marcus Stroman, who he pitches to a lot. And Marcus Stroman went from a under 3 ERA to a 5 ERA in just a year. So Contreras does not make pitchers better. So he's a bad framer. He's not very good with a pitching staff. It's clear because the Cubs rotation, again, they're not great pitchers, but again, good catchers can help out their pitchers in ways that don't show up on an analytical freaking computer or analytical stat. Like blocking of the balls, big frames, like framing up certain pitches that might get called for a ball, but if you frame it properly, could be called a strike. Helping out his pitcher in game. I don't think he does that well enough. His bat plays. That's the reason why I want Wilson Contreras. But like I said a week ago with Wilson Contreras, if you're going to trade for Wilson Contreras and have a mindset that he's going to be your everyday DH, it makes no sense. Because now you're going to have to carry 3 catchers because if Wilson Contreras DHs, you're going to need a backup catcher if Nito is in the game, just in case if Nito gets hurt. Because now, if Nito gets hurt early in the game, all right, you can send Contreras to catch. Now you have to use another bench piece to fill that DH spot. And it's too much to deal with when you can just get a JD Martinez, you can get a Trey Mancini, you can get a Josh Bell. And I think that's the reason why I don't want Contreras, because I don't think it makes a lot of sense with as good as the pitching rotation has been to mess up that apple tree, so to speak, to bring in Contreras, who has to learn all new signs And if you notice with Scherzer and Bassett in particular, they got very, very difficult signs. They're very, very crazy with they're worried about sign stealing. They're very elaborate signs that Scherzer and Bassett use that I don't think Contreras can pick up as easily as people think they can. And again, I could be completely wrong about this, but I don't want Contreras for his glove behind the plate. I want him for his bat. That's basically it. And I don't know if I want to take that chance of him being a problem with the rotation, because if Scherzer and Bassett don't like to pitch, excuse me, to Contreras, then guess what? Now Contreras is going to not be behind the plate, and now you got to put him as your DH. Great. Now you're going to have a backup catcher just in case if Nito or whoever's the catcher is at that time to back that other catcher up. So, I don't know. I'm not going to be mad if they can get Robinson and Contreras. I mean, it's a nice move, but I don't think that it's going to be the perfect. Look, I think JD Martinez, Christian Vasquez makes so much more sense because Vasquez is a very good catcher. He's lacking in the offensive department, but he has a little bit of pop. I like Christian Vasquez, and JD Martinez makes so much sense. We've talked about this from day one of the season, that the Mets better get JD Martinez. It's that the Red Sox played very well, and now they're falling again, which make them probably sellers. Just give me a second, guys. Sorry about that. Yankees Morning Brew, how you doing, buddy? Thank you for the donation. Hey, new to the channel, love the setup. Dope. Would love to have you on talking Yankees and Mets. Whenever you're free, salute my guy. Love the content. Yankees Morning Brew. Listen, my email is on my channel page. Email me or just leave a comment in one of my videos or wherever you want to put up a comment and we can talk. And yeah, absolutely. Like I said, this is a whole thing. Like, when the Mets make a move, it doesn't technically affect the Yankees unless they get David Robertson, which would affect the Yankees bullpen. So yeah, absolutely. We can talk, obviously about baseball and about what the Mets and Yankees are going to do, because listen, as good as both teams are, they still need help. And I think, Brew, I think you guys can, as a Yankee fan, can honestly say the Yankees probably need to start in pitcher. And it was probably a gut punch that you didn't get Luis Castillo. Yes, there's other guys out there like Frankie Montas who I don't think the Yankees are gonna. I think Oakland's gonna try to get that Yankee tax, so to speak, to get a little bit more from the Yankees. The same way the Reds were probably asking for the moon for Luis Castillo from the Yankees. I think Montas is gonna go to the Dodgers, and the reason why I say that, I don't think the Dodgers trust that Buehler is gonna be healthy 100%, and they need help in that rotation. So I think the Yankees have to fight it off with the Dodgers and, of course, other teams that I don't think the Yankees are going to be the big winner in that Montas deal. I honestly think the Yankees are going to get Noah Syndergaard, only because it's probably going to be a lot less to get Syndergaard because you can just take his contract and he is a rental. And also the fact that it would make the most sense considering the fact that you don't have to give up a Peraza or a Dominguez or what a Chuck to get a Montas. And I honestly think that Cashman does not want to give his top 5 prospects to anybody. And that's a hard way to look at it, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Like, it sucks because wouldn't you want, besides Volpe, wouldn't you want the Yankees to go all out knowing that this could be the final year of Judge, where the Yankees have obviously a better chance than any other team to win the World Series? I just think that's awesome, honestly. I think you have to. And the same thing with the Mets. When you're at the top 4 teams in the league, I think you have to go all in to win a World Series, especially the Yankees haven't won since 2009. Obviously, the Mets haven't won a World Series since 86. Yes, they recently been in the World Series the last 7 years ago in 2015, but with the Mets and the Yankees have 2 different perspectives. The Yankees might have a whole different team next year, especially if they don't get Soto and Judge leaves for San Francisco, say. Now the Yankees basically have no big-name stars for the face of their franchise. And that puts a ton of pressure on Volpe. With the Mets side, the Mets have the oldest team in the league. How many more years are you going to have great years of Scherzer? Possibly great years of DeGrom, even this year. And, Marte's going to be 33. Connor's up there in age. Escobar's up there in age. There's not a lot of young guys on this team. The Mets are a win-now team because of the age of the entire roster. That's the way I see it. So, Brew, yep, thank you. So just make sure, just email me and we can get it together. If you want to do it after the trade deadline and we can talk about the moves the Mets or Yankees did or did not make, we can do that as well. But, yeah, I appreciate you coming on and checking the channel out. And like I said, we might root for two different teams, but baseball is what we love, and that's the important part. So thank you again for the donation, buddy, and I will email you when you email me, and we'll figure it out what day we can actually I'll pop on the channel and we talk Mets and Yankees. Ruben, a member of Talking Mets, Rob, what's up, buddy? I wouldn't take Contreras. I give up Alvarez as another year for majors. Yeah, I honestly think Alvarez is going to be up next year, no matter what. If the Mets make a trade with the Red Sox, I have a pretty good feeling that Nito might be in a deal with Dominic Smith and say Mark Vientos, only because, well, the Red Sox need a catcher. Give them Nito. That's the way I can see it. But, man, what I love JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez. I think that's so perfect for this Mets team. Joe, I don't know if the Mets or the Cubs would take James McCann. I mean, the Mets probably have to eat some of that payroll, and these two teams are probably going to try to shed payroll, so I don't think that will happen. I honestly think Nito could be in either one of those deals. So, the problem with the whole Contreras thing is that Contreras and McCann are everyday catchers. So now one of them is going to be a backup. And I think that's too much of an ego problem that I just don't want to deal with right now with a team that's 27 games over 500. I just don't want to deal with that. At least Christian Vasquez, yes, he's a starter, but he seems like a team player guy, and obviously he wants to play. He's an amazing league player, but to go to a winning team, I think is a good thing with him. And, he is a winner. He's been on championship teams, and that's why I like Christian Vasquez more. Jeffrey, out of the catches we have right now, like James McCann or Nito, I will. Brew, thank you, buddy. Thanks again for the kind words, and absolutely, man, hit me up. If you're talking about the catchers now that we have, I honestly would rather Nito than over James McCann. The only reason why I say that is the fact that, excuse me, Nito, if you look at his stats offensively, he's one of the clutchest hitters on the Mets team with runners in scoring position in this year. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's like 342, his averages with runners in scoring position. James McCann is nowhere near that. And I think Nito puts the bat on the ball more than James McCann does. And if the Mets don't make a catching move, I want Nito playing more. Obviously, that's probably not going to happen because James McCann is going to be healthy very soon. And I think he's going to come back next week. And, oh, by the way, Trevor May is coming back. If not Tuesday, definitely Wednesday. So he'll be back up with the club in the Mets bullpen. So I would take Nito over James McCann. The Blind Beard, what's up, buddy? Blind Beard, once again, thank you, buddy. I'm glad I met you at Citi Field. What was it, like 2 weeks ago? I'm glad I met you. We took a picture, and it was pretty cool. We talked a little bit of Mets baseball. It was pretty cool. I know you tried to buy me a beer, but I was driving, so after the game, so I didn't want to, do too much. But I appreciate you offering to buy me a beer. Not really much developments. We'll talk about all that. Again, I'm here until 3 o'clock, so it's only been 40 minutes in. I haven't even got to the side panels of the MLB trade rumors and the Mets trade rumors, almost all of them. But we will talk about that. Absolutely, Brew. To have the Mets and the Yankees good at the same time, I mean, really good at the same time, never happens. And mostly it's the Mets' fault because the Yankees are usually pretty good. But it's a lot of fun. It really is. Bill, Rob, I think if Chaim Bloom wants to trade Martinez to get that contract off the books, that is more money they can pay Xander Bogaerts. Correct. Exactly. And that's why I think that Chaim Bloom is just putting up smoke when he's that, like, these reports are not coming from the Mets, that the Mets are saying that teams like the Cubs and the Red Sox are saying the prices are high for those players that they're trying to trade. I don't necessarily believe that because there's no incentive to keep these guys around on their teams when they can shed the payroll and also get assets in a trade like that. So Chaim Bloom, the Red Sox, and the Cubs are kind of have their back against the wall. And you're going to see them budge on their prices when it gets closer and closer and closer to the deadline. Salvador Perez ain't going anywhere. I think he's intact with the Royals, and I don't think he's going anywhere, unfortunately. Sorry. Let's see. Hold on 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. Where the hell? Oh, there we go. Joe, I appreciate the super donation, buddy. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. I'm just going through the comments really quick. Yeah, I know the super chat's kind of I don't know what's going on with that, to be honest with you. I know Brew got through. I don't know if you guys can or cannot, but that's okay. It's not the end of the world. PJC, I would prefer the Red Sox deal as well. Gavin, exactly, 100%. Steven, he's technically the starter for the Red Sox, but again, I think Christian Vasquez would be more accepting of him being a platoon guy with James McCann, honestly, to be a part of a winning team, in my opinion. You too, bro. Yeah, honestly, Joe, I honestly think Trevor May was hurt for a very long time, and he just never said anything. And also, I think that they couldn't really figure out what the hell was wrong with him, in my opinion. James, absolutely. I'm going to try my best to keep you in the loop. If you keep on seeing me look down at my phone, I'm just refreshing Twitter. So if anything pops up, you guys will be the first to know. You know, I know it's early in the morning. It's a Monday. Some of you guys are working, or women are working, you know, or doing things around the house or whatever you got to be doing. And, you know, you're not necessarily, you know, refreshing Twitter every 2 seconds because you're busy. At the very least, I can, if you're listening, I can at least, hey, listen, this is what's going around the league right now on Twitter. Union City, New Jersey. Willie in the house. How you doing? I'm just looking at the comments, guys. Oh, Joe, there you go. Thank you again. Let's see. Just looking at the comments, guys, really quick. I'm not going to repeat some of the comments that are here because it's a lot of the same ones that people are asking. Oh, Frank, no, I know. I'm not saying Trevor May is the answer. It's just that it doesn't hurt to have an extra arm because he does got very good stuff. Not saying he's the answer. I think the Mets still should get 2 arms that we'll talk about when we get to the Mets trade rumors. But when it comes to Trevor May, it's a welcoming addition. Since the fact that, I mean, who would you rather have? You know, a guy like Drew Smith, I know he's on the IL, or a guy like Trevor May. You know, at least Trevor May has been around the block. You know, Drew Smith is still an unknown when it comes to the Mets. So, not saying he's going to be good, but let's see what he does now that he's healthy. Willie, I'm glad you're here, buddy. Glad you subscribed to the channel. LFGM, my friend. Excuse me. Quinn, I'm a Jays fan, so I don't know your players that well, but could a guy like Patrick Mazeika or Thomas Anderson be a trade piece for Contreras? Yeah, I don't think the Red Sox would want to bother with Mazeika, but Nito for sure. It just kind of makes sense. Like, Nito, I honestly think is similar to Christian Vasquez. Very good defensively. I think Vasquez has a little bit more power than Nito, but they're kind of similar in the players. They're good with pitching staffs. They're very good behind the plate, framing, blocking balls, throwing out runners. Just Christian Vasquez is a little bit better offensively. Not great, but better offensively. So I do think Tomas Nito is going to be a part of that JD Martinez, Wilson Contreras type of deal with the Cubs or the Red Sox. Yeah, absolutely. JD Martinez can rake. You know, again, it's not really the fact that JD Martinez is hitting for so much power. But if I'm not mistaken, he has 10 home runs this year, which is not crazy. But he's a professional hitter. He's a guy who's performed in big spots in the playoffs for the Red Sox. Played in the playoffs with Detroit. Was excellent everywhere he went. So I'm not really concerned that he's going to be a guy that comes to New York and completely falls apart. He's a guy that's been in big spots, and I love that type of hitter with that experience when it comes to the Mets going into the postseason. That's the way I see it. PJC, you'll be home for the Mets Yankees August 23rd. I'm definitely going to Yankee Stadium, so make sure you guys tune in to 15 in live. Probably getting cursed at by Yankee fans, but that's okay. That's the fun part, right? So I am going to end up in the stinky Bronx with my Mets gear on, of course, hanging out in the Bronx with a couple of 7-liners hanging out there and actually enjoy the Mets kicking the Yankees' ass. How about that? Okay, PJC, going to Old Timers Day. Yeah, that's definitely on my list for sure. Yeah, Markman, again, I don't think the Mets necessarily need a catcher, honestly. Like, I'm okay. If James McCann's going to be healthy with Nito, that's fine. I want my catcher to be a defensive first player. Whatever you get offensively is a bonus. But the reason why we focus on the offense of our catcher is because Escobar has basically done nothing most of the year. The DH spot has been non-existent. And if those two positions were performing well offensively, we wouldn't care what the catcher has been doing offensively. It's just been so glaring because of the other aspects of the roster, which, i.e., third base and DH has been a problem offensively. We're looking to the catcher who we're hoping to provide more offense when the 7th, 8th, and 9th hitters were basically automatic outs. So if we can get another bat like JD Martinez, Trey Mancini, Josh Bell, Wilson Contreras, it solves the bat issue and less people would care about what's going on at the plate when it comes to a catcher offensive abilities. Transistor. Rob, do you think we can get 2 bullpen arms, a big bat, and a catcher? I think we can get probably 3 out of 4. And out of those 3 out of 4, I think 2 bullpen arms and a bat. Now, again, we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone getting Wilson Contreras. It's a big bat and a catcher. But that's soon to be seen. So I'm just going to go through the comments really quickly, guys, because I want to get right to the MLB trade rumors. Transistor, check Jenny. All right, give me a second. Yeah, Jenny's pretty good when it comes to stuff like that. Let me just check. Thank you for letting me know. All right, so this is Michael Mayer. Nothing has changed for the Mets. They're still very active in the market for another bat and at least one reliever. Red Sox, Cubs, Tigers, and Orioles are all teams they've been in contact with. Again, Red Sox, JD Martinez, Christian Vasquez, Cubs, Wilson Contreras, and David Robinson, Tigers, Andrew Chafin, and Michael Fulmer, and the Orioles, Trey Mancini, and possibly a bullpen arm also from the Orioles. So those are the teams that are most active with the Mets when it comes to with that. All right, so here we go, guys. Jenny's Mets report. The Red Sox and Mets are talking about a trade that would send Martinez to Queens for Dominic Smith and a solid prospect. There you go. So that could be happening really shortly, and I've had a feeling that, everybody's getting into the offices of their respective teams around 9, 10 o'clock. That's why I went on at 2 o'clock. It seemed very similar to the MLB lockout, that around 10, 11 o'clock when I used to go live in the morning, it was perfect scenario because that's when everything's starting to hear. You're going to hear a lot of rumors. And this is the first time we actually heard, in quotes, that the Mets and Red Sox are actually discussing a trade. Now you're hearing who might be in the deal. So Dominic Smith, who is a big-time possibility for the Red Sox who would want Dominic Smith, and a solid prospect. A solid prospect doesn't have to be a top 5 prospect. It could be a top 15 prospect. Jose Buto. Maybe there's a guy that the Red Sox like Hein Bloom. Hein Bloom would look for somebody in Double-A that's probably a 20th ranked prospect, and he loves him. that might be a solid prospect they're talking about. But we'll see. So at the moment, guys, I'm going to write it up on the screen really quick. Just give me a second. Give me a second, guys. I'm just throwing it up there. All right, guys. So I'm going to throw that up there for a little while so you guys can see that, and whoever pops in can see what's going on in the Mets world if you are a Mets fan. Mets fan, sorry about that. I saw you. I saw the super chat. I couldn't find it, but now I got it. Jim Bannon says the Mets are saying Dom Smith and prospect for JD. Why not Vasquez? Again, it's possible it could be Vasquez in there. We don't know. You know, it's not confirmed that it's only that. JD Martinez is the big name of that deal. You know, that always happens. Like, oh, the Mets get JD Martinez. Oh yeah, and Christian Vasquez. You know, or a bullpen arm. So. I don't think you have to be mad Mets fan about catcher. Again, if you get the bat, So you're hearing things now, guys. Rumors are popping up. You know, Jim Bowden, Michael Mayer, Jenny reports. It's clearly coming around the league. And the reporters are finding out. When you hear multiple reports from different reporters about the same information, it's probably pretty solid. So I am telling you guys how I work, guys. If you're new to the channel, I do not just pick one report and be like, look, here we go. It's guaranteed. When there's multiple reports, there's some solid ground to stand on when it comes to that. So I'm not necessarily – we don't know if Vasquez is in that trade. Again, Vasquez will be a throw-in in a trade. And if it's only Dominic Smith and, say, I don't know, a 10 – 11, 12 ranked prospect, I'm doing that deal. I will drive the prospects and Dominic Smith to Boston and pick up JD Martinez on the way back. Just that simple. It's a good deal. It makes so much sense. All right, Blue Baby. There you go. Listen, we'll meet up. Like I like this. Obviously, you know Yankee Stadium. That's kind of stupid to say, but when I'm at Yankee Stadium, I like to stand in that standing room only section next to the visiting bullpen. I like to stand over there where they got the little table. You can put your beer and your food and stuff like that. So I'll be over there. But like I said, we'll communicate and I'll let you know when I'm there, and we can have a beer and talk shit to each other. Right? That's the best part. Joe, the thing that scares me about JD is his back. Yeah, but he's DHing. I'm not worried about that. He's been pretty solid this year. Look, he's not going to be in the lineup every single day. That's why you got Vogelback and Naquin to offset certain days of JD Martinez. So I'm not too worried about that. And Mets fan, MB, listen, don't be upset if the Mets don't get catcher. If they upgrade the DH spot, get a couple of relievers, that's a solid trade deadline for the Mets because the Mets don't need a lot. I think we forget. The Mets are so fortunate that they have a rotation that they don't have to look for big-time starting pitcher. Just imagine if the Mets desperately needed a guy like Luis Castillo or Frankie Montas. You're talking about Brett Beatty possibly being traded and Mauricio and Vientos in a trade for one of those big-time pitchers. The Mets don't have to worry about starting pitching. That's why the Mets are so much in the driver's seat here because of the fact that the Mets need a DH, a big bat, and a couple of relief arms, which is easily available. There's multiple bats available, multiple reliever arms available. There's about 7 relief arms that could be a Met by the end of Tuesday. And that's what you have to look at. Don't necessarily think that the catcher situation is a problem because it's not a problem. Offensively, yes. Defensively, no. If the Mets get JD Martinez and say David Robertson and Andrew Chafin, I'm telling you right now, that's a good trade deadline. It bolsters your bullpen big time. You got the bat you needed. And now all your catcher has to worry about is defense. And whatever you get offensively is a big bonus. Yeah, exactly, Monk, man. And like I said, people got mad about the Vogelback trade and the Naquin trade. These small moves matter in the long run. Like, if you look at this stat, I know that's not the end of the world, but when Vogelback has been in the starting lineup, the Mets are 6-0. Not saying anything, but he's a good bat. He's an on-base guy. Yes, he does strike out, but he's done some damage that Dominic Smith and J.D. Davis combined hasn't done in a week. Vogelback has done that. Even Naquin. I know the outfielders of the Marlins kind of screwed that ball, and it should have been only a single, but even Naquin performed well in his first time as a Met. So it's just solid moves, bench pieces that can make a total difference in a team. Transistor, the prospect, who knows? Again, a solid prospect. Again, if it is Mark Vientos, good. Like, this is the problem that I have with some Mets fans, not all, some, that say, oh, why would you give up Mark Vientos in a trade? He might be good for this lineup or for this team. Okay, sure. When the Mets needed the bat 5 weeks ago, when they couldn't hit a lick, and Dominic Smith and J.D. Davis was striking out all over the place, and Escobar couldn't hit, water out of the ocean, the Mets still didn't bring Mark Vientos up. Why is that? Not saying that Vientos is going to be a bad player. I don't know, or a bad offensive player. But there's a reason why the Mets are not bringing him up to help out this lineup. Maybe they don't think he's that good. Just because you hit AAA pitching doesn't mean you're a good player. Sorry. It's not true. So, and on top of that, your third baseman of the future is Brett Beatty. Where is Vientos playing? Alonso's going to be here a long time, and Beatty's going to be here a long time. Where's he playing? He's not playing the outfield, even though he's played there every now and then, but you're going to have that whole Dom Smith situation again and J.D. Davis situation when they decided to put him in left field. I don't want Vientos, who's not a left fielder, playing left field on a team that I think can win a championship. Makes no sense. Yeah, Vientos can be the DH, but I'd rather have J.D. Martinez. Put it that way. So, the same thing with Ronnie Mauricio. If the Mets can find a way to get a really big bat for Ronnie Mauricio, or even 2 big bullpen arms for Ronnie Mauricio, or use Ronnie Mauricio in the trade, because again, he has nowhere to play in this team. Ronnie Mauricio. As soon as the Mets signed Francisco Lindor, Mauricio's not coming up as a shortstop. So I said, okay, cool. The Mets can move Mauricio to second or third base, most likely second, and work him there. And now you have the possibility of, okay, McNeil, he's 31 years old. The Mets might keep him around for 2 years, but McNeil is a guy you can play anywhere. So if Mauricio's ready, I think he has 17 home runs on the in the year so far in the minors. You throw Mauricio at second, put Jeff McNeil in left field, right field, wherever you need to play him, and that's what I think. And Mauricio is the guy that I thought the Mets were going to trade a year ago, but we'll see. And if the Mets can find a way to get a big DH bat and 2 bullpen arms, and find a way to keep 4 or almost all of their top 10, all their top 5 prospects, it's a win in my book. And even if Vientos is part of a trade, and that's the only top 5 prospect you give up, and you get 2 bullpen arms and a big bat, you have to be excited what the Mets did in the trade deadline. Jorge, I wouldn't say official news yet, but multiple reports. Jim Bowden, Michael Mayer, Jenny reports. 3 different outlets, 3 different, the same information from 3 different outlets. So it's clearly heating up the talks with the Red Sox and the Mets. Again, the 2 names that we heard is obviously J.D. Martinez and Dominic Smith in a deal with a solid prospect. Again, we didn't hear about Christian Vasquez, but I still have a possibility that still might be a possibility that Vasquez might be in that deal as well. But we'll see. I just wanted to put that out there right now. That was the earliest report that we just seen. So as of right now, the Mets and the Red Sox are discussing a trade with JD Martinez for Dominic Smith and a solid prospect. Again, how do you define a solid prospect? I have no idea. Could it be a Mark Vientos is a solid prospect, even though he's the top 5. If you put Mark Vientos in another farm system like the Cardinals, the Dodgers, the Yankees, he probably would be closer to the 10th prospect and probably not even hit the top 10 in some farm systems that are very good. So, hey, if other teams like Vientos, give him up. What's the big deal if you can get that big bat? Transistor? No. That's what's weird about it. Mauricio hasn't been linked to any type of trade, and I just don't understand why. Like, not saying that, Juan Soto is an option for the Mets, because they're probably not. But the reason why he's probably not linked Mauricio is because I don't think the Mets have to give up Mauricio to get JD Martinez, Trey Mancini, Josh Bell. I don't think they have to do that. So why give up a big asset in your farm system when you don't have to? When maybe in the offseason, JD Martinez is going to be a free agent. There's going to be many free agent bats. You got Nimmo is a free agent. So you can maybe use Mauricio in a big-time trade to bring in that big bat that you can have for a couple of years. That's what I think. I think Mauricio is going to be linked in the offseason type of trade than in a trade deadline trade. Unless the Mets find a way to get Shohei Ohtani, which I doubt. But that probably would be the way to do it. Exactly, Webbs. That's what I've been saying. And, with Jet Williams, which is another sign that the fact that Mauricio is probably going to end up in some type of mega deal if the Mets ever make one. But it's crazy. It really is. Michael, member of Talking Mets Rob, what's up? All right, I'm just checking Twitter right now. Give me a second. Excuse me, guys. Checking Twitter right now just to see the latest. Once again, guys, sorry about my voice. I lost my voice the last couple of days. I've been hanging out with friends that I haven't seen in a long time, so it was a lot of a lot going on. PJC, no. Mauricio does not need to be in that deal. The Red Sox don't want JD Davis. Mauricio. Obviously, they would want Mauricio, but look. You already saw Dominic Smith and a solid prospect. A solid prospect is not Mauricio. A solid prospect is probably a Mark Vientos and a later prospect. Like probably a 5 through 15 type of prospect that Hein Bloom likes. Exactly, Michael. We are in the driver's seat. The Mets are not under the pressure here. The Red Sox and the Cubs are. The Cubs and the Red Sox can't afford to not trade these guys because they continue to have to pay them and get nothing for them when they leave at the end of the year. Hein Bloom is damn sure not going to do that with the Red Sox. And the Cubs, if you notice, the last day is when they made all the trades with Baez, with Bryant. They're trading Wilson Contreras. They're trading David Robinson. It's just that simple. They're not going to not get any assets for these guys and lose them at the end of the year. Volcano, what's up, buddy? Ruben, I agree. Transistor, all the way from the UK. I love it. I'm just going through the comments one more time, guys. After that, I'm going to run through the comments really quickly, the last ones. The Morning Beer Podcast. Absolutely, buddy. Just email me on my channel. My email's on my channel page, so just email me and we can get it done for sure. No problem collaborating. Exactly, Mothman, 100%. So I'm just going to look through the rest of the comments really quick. There's only a couple. Steven, I haven't been sleeping at all, but that's because I was out with a lot of friends the last couple of days. So I've been drinking, eating. I haven't got no sleep in the last couple of days. I finally got some sleep today since I'm off from work. So finally, I got some well-rested. But, it sucks when you're not feeling well and you have to go to sleep. Like, throat hurt, coughing. It was just bad. It's not COVID, thank God, but it's, you get colds. It happens. Well, Gavin, you don't have to trade Mauricio if you don't need to. Like, if you're going to give up Mark Vientos and Dominic Smith for JD Martinez and possibly Christian Vasquez, you do that. If you don't have to, there's no reason just to trade Mauricio because he doesn't have a spot. He's blocked by many positions on your roster and your top prospects. Don't trade him just because there's not a spot for him. Keep that asset if something big comes up. That's the way I see it. Maybe the Red Sox in the offseason can't make a deal to extend Rafael Devers. Well, guess what? Now you have the option of trading for Rafael Devers. That's when you use Mauricio in the trade. Yeah, Davis and Mauricio is not going to be it, Ruben. I don't think so. A solid prospect is not a top prospect. Solid prospect could mean anything. That's why it's kind of broad what they say, but it's definitely not. Sorry, I just got a notification. Hold on. I honestly don't think the fact that Mauricio is not going to be in that deal. I'd be shocked if Mauricio was in that deal. If it is, I at least give us Christian Vasquez in that deal as well. Because if they get Mauricio in that deal with J. Martinez and, again, I'm not going to be mad because Mauricio doesn't have a spot on his team. He's blocked by Beatty, blocked by Lindor, blocked by Jeff McNeil. Where is he playing? In the infield. So he's pointless on his team, but he's a huge asset for this team in a trade possibility. But to trade him for JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez, I'd be okay with, but I wouldn't be technically happy. Like, a solid prospect is probably Mark Vientos. And again, Chaim Bloom is not stupid. He's going to look at the situation with Devers. There's no guarantee that Devers is going to sign an extension with the Red Sox. Chaim Bloom wants a backup plan. Vientos could possibly be their backup plan if Devers decides to not sign with the Red Sox. So I think Vientos, Dom Smith for JD Martinez, not necessarily happy that it's only JD Martinez, but if it's with Christian Vasquez too, I'm happy with that deal. More about the news. All right, let's see. What's going on today? Hold on, guys. Let me just make sure. Just checking out more stuff. Give me a second. Okay, cool. Just checking something. Give me a second, guys. Don't mind me. All right, cool. All right, so Fake TJ, man, thank you for joining in. Let's see. All right. Just looking at the comments right here. What do you get the best news and sources? Oh, Steven, I get it like everybody else. I'm not nothing special. I just like to report stuff. That, like I said, I don't like reporting stuff. Or technically, I don't want to say that one reporter said one thing. I'll bring it up. But when there's multiple reports about the same information, that's when I like to bring up stuff. Like I just did with the Red Sox and the Mets. Possibly Dom Smith, and it's on your screen, and a solid prospect going in return to the Red Sox. So we'll see. Let's see. So the Mets have checked in on Gregory Soto and Andrew Chafin, and they're both lefties in the Detroit Tigers. On the Detroit Tigers. So that's another thing. Again, if we get JD Martinez, Andrew Chafin, and say David Robinson, I'm happy with that trade deadline. No doubt about that. All right, guys. So since we got through most of the comments, and a lot of the comments are repeating almost the same stuff with regards to certain players we talked about, I want to move over and talk about around the league for fans of other teams that are not necessarily Met fans, even though the majority of you guys are Met fans. I want to make sure I get all aspects because people might replay this live stream and want to see what minor they missed or what opinion that they might not like or dislike. We'll get to that. So it's probably on the right side of your screen, on the left side of me, MLB trade rumors. We're going to start with the New York Yankees. And are they targeting Frankie Montas? Yes, they are targeting Frankie Montas. And again, I think it's going to be hard for the Yankees to put the best package together to get Montas, only because the Dodgers, the Cardinals, probably the Padres, who always seem like they always make a big starting pitching trade over the last couple of years, and they might make another one. You never know. Other teams, maybe the Braves are looking for another starter. There's no guarantee that Soroka is going to be healthy when he comes back. The Braves could be looking at that. They already made a big deal with the Oakland A's with Olsen. So the Braves, you can look at teams in the National League. Obviously, the Yankees, obviously. Could you look at other teams like maybe Houston might want to bolster their bullpen a little bit more. Maybe the Mariners might get another arm. You never know. But I think the Yankees are going to have too much competition, and I don't think Cashman's the type of guy to go above and beyond, give a little bit more in a trade package to outspend or outbid for Frankie Montas. That's why I think the Yankees are going to have a hard time getting Frankie Montas. I do think the Yankees are going to get, or at least do their best to get Noah Syndergaard. He's cheaper. He only has to pay about a little less than half his salary left. He's a free agent, so there's no monetary commitment to Noah Syndergaard. Noah Syndergaard has been in New York before. We know we can technically handle it, but he's not the same pitcher he was 4 or 5 years ago. He's not. So I think the Yankees ultimately are going to end up with Noah Syndergaard. And that's not just being a biased Met fan. It's just facts. The Yankees' glaring need is to have a number 2 behind Garrett Cole. Yankee fans were talking for weeks, months about Luis Castillo. And why are Yankee fans not more mad about Luis Castillo and not making that trade to get him, which was the obvious move, is beyond me. You know why I think, and if you are a Yankee fan, this is not because I dislike the Yankees. This is from the heart, the God's honest truth. I truly believe the fact that the Yankees didn't do everything they can to get Luis Castillo, who was the obvious choice, putting Luis Castillo in this rotation that's been struggling a little bit behind Garrett Cole, could possibly put this team over the top, even with the Benintendi move. And I just don't understand the logic in Cashman, in the front office, where there's no guarantee Judge is going to be back. It makes no sense. And yes, I know the Mariners gave up a lot. They gave up their top 3 out of 5 prospects. I get it. But we're so focused on the prospects when there's no guarantee these guys are going to be good. And the Yankees are the best team in baseball record-wise. And making a little tweak here and there can make the difference in winning the World Series. And there's no way Noah Syndergaard is going to be that guy to put you over the top. And that might be the guy you actually get. That's crazy. And with Luis Castillo going to Seattle, and he is pitching in the Bronx this week, these next 3 games against the Mariners in Yankee Stadium, would you be surprised if Castillo pitches another gem like he did with the Reds against the Yankees? I think the biggest mistake the Yankees made was not doing what they can to get Luis Castillo. It's going to bite them in the ass, in my opinion. So that is number 1 on the list in MLB trade rumors. We started with the Yankees and Frankie Montas. Number 2 is the story where the Padres seem like the best fit for Juan Soto to get traded to. And when it comes to the Padres, I know there's talk about the Cardinals possibly being in the mix. I still think that's just trying to increase the price of other teams trying to get Soto, especially teams that might have to be fighting it out for wild card spots, and being the first, second, or third wild card with the Cardinals and the Padres, the Giants, the Braves, all that. I think the Padres are ultimately going to get him. They do have a very good farm system. When it comes to with Soto, I really wish an American League team would actually get him, so I don't have to worry about him unless that team makes the World Series and the Mets are in it. But, man, looking at where the Mets have to deal with a National League that's very good, and now going into the playoffs, like, gotta face teams like the Padres, the Cardinals, the Dodgers, the Braves. I mean, Jesus. Like, it's not going to be easy. So, unfortunately, it looks like a National League team is going to get Juan Soto. The Padres are very interested. There's been numerous talks about packages going back to the Nationals, big-time packages going to the Nationals for Juan Soto. Yeah, Christian, they will be sellers, the Giants. But again, I don't see what the Mets can really get. Some people talked about Wilmer Flores. Been there, done that. I don't want Wilmer Flores back again. Yeah, Christian, exactly. And, and there's 7, you could consider 8 teams in the National League that have for 6 spots. Again, the Mets are going to make the playoffs. I'm not worried about that, even if they become a wild card team. I think they got like a 6-game lead for the first wild card spot if they lose the division. So I'm not worrying about that. All right. So with the Padres, Soto, I'm pretty sure that the Padres are probably going to win that bid and give a massive package to the Nationals. Again, not going to be happy because the Mets haven't played well against the Padres this year. They lost 4 games. They're 2-4 in 6 games. So that's one thing that I can actually say for sure. Again, the Cubs beat up the Mets in 2015 during the regular season. The Mets took care of business during the postseason in the NLCS in 2015. So I don't take a lot of merit into that, but I'd rather face the Padres without Soto than with Soto. So next up, Braves outfield help. The reason why I bring this up because we know what the Braves did last year, getting 3 big pieces, Duvall, Soler, Rosario, bolstering the outfield that had a lot of injuries, and they went on to win the World Series. The reason why I say that again is because Adam Duvall is out for the year. That's a big blow to them. There was some talk that the Yankees and the Braves are talking for the Braves to maybe acquire Joey Gallo. That's a welcome addition. Gallo goes to the Braves. Good, the Mets can strike him out more. I take that. So, I do wonder, will the Braves make a big move? Not saying they're going to get a huge bat. Everybody can use bullpen help. You can see the Braves doing that. I think the Braves are in on Frankie Montas, on Carlos Rodon, on, number 2, number 3 starting pitchers, because I don't think there's any guarantee that the Braves can trust in Soroka being healthy when he comes back. So with the Braves, you always got to worry about them doing something. It's been very quiet on the Braves front with regards to news regarding trade rumors, but we'll see. All right, so we're going to go right back to talking about Giants, buyers or sellers. They've said they're sellers now. So when I wrote that, it was a few days ago. So they're clearly sellers now. Wilmer Flores could be an option for many teams. Excuse me. Carlos Rodon is a big piece that the Yankees can look at. The Dodgers can look at. Other team, maybe even possibly the Braves can look at Carlos Rodon. Shedding that salary that the Giants paid Rodon makes sense for the Giants because I think the Giants might want to shed a little bit of payroll, get some nice prospects back because I think they're going to make a big run for Aaron Judge in the offseason. So Carlos Rodon is a big piece that they have that can give them multiple assets back. Yankees, Dodgers, Braves can be looking at that. So I do think, the Giants don't have a lot of pieces to give. I don't know if they're going to be trading away some bullpen arms. That might be a possibility for the Mets, for the Yankees, for the Dodgers, for the Padres, for the Braves. But Carlos Rodon is probably the top guy that are being talked about. If a team loses out on Frankie Montas, everybody's going to flock to Carlos Rodon. And that's why I think the problem with the Yankees, going back to them with the starting pitcher that they desperately need, why would a team take a Yankee package for Montas or Rodon when there's multiple teams that probably are willing to give more than Brian Cashman is willing to give? And that's where I think the Yankees are going to fall apart when it comes to getting those type of deals and that type of pitcher. Why I think, again, Noah Syndergaard is probably their best bet. Excuse me. All right, so with that said, Dodgers focused on starting pitching? I think so. I don't think they're necessarily all in on Juan Soto, even though everybody said, the Dodgers probably going to do it. They got bets. Maybe they'll do that. It's probably not going to happen. I know Dodger fans, when the Nationals were there, giving Soto a standing ovation, I really doubt that the Dodgers are going to make a big move for Juan Soto. Again, I think it's going to be either the Cardinals or the Padres. I think the Cardinals are probably going to the Padres are going to win out. But with that said, when it comes to the Dodgers, I know Buehler's expected to come back, but there's no guarantee he's going to stay healthy. And I think the Dodgers can't lose Walker Buehler. They lose Walker Buehler, they're a whole different team. Kershaw is still good, but I still think he's too much up there in age where I think some teams can get to him, especially better hitting teams. I think watch out for the Dodgers trying to get. Now, I don't think the Giants are going to send Rodon to the Dodgers, so that's out of the question. But Frankie Montas, I think, is number one on the radar for the LA Dodgers when it comes to starting pitching. That's where I think we're at when it comes to the Dodgers. And I know I wrote the Dodgers focus on starting pitching twice. The reason why I said that because there's multiple options for the Dodgers. Is it a possibility that Noah Syndergaard could be an option for the Dodgers? I could see that. I could see Montas. I don't think there's many other starters that I think the Dodgers will look at. I think they're trying to go big name fishing. Again, I don't think the Giants would send the Dodgers Rodon. It's too much of a rivalry to deal with. So I think that's not an option when it comes to the Dodgers and trying to get Rodon. So Syndergaard and Montas. Could the Dodgers put the best package together? I think they can. And I think they could get it done. Going back to the start with the Yankees. Could the New York Yankees possibly give up enough to get Montas, to get Rodon? I don't think so. And it's unfortunate, especially for you Yankee fans who are watching. The Yankees are too good to not be all in to get a starter like Castillo and Montas and Rodon. And if you're a Yankee fan, you have to be frustrated. The Benintendi move was an obvious move. They had to do that move. Luis Castillo should have been the number one priority, and they let them slip away to a Seattle Mariners team who they probably could face in the divisional round in round one of the season. So, it's a possibility that the Yankees can lose out on Castillo, Montas, and Rodon and get stuck with Noah Syndergaard, which I think is probably the worst option for them. He's too much of a diva. I don't think he's going to fit that Yankee way, so to speak, and that's going to be a huge problem. And as a Mets fan, I'll probably laugh, but for you Yankee fans, I would feel bad for in the moment. But when I'm facing you, I can care less. All right. So I'm just checking. Let's see. So 229 votes. Which team will make the big blockbuster deal? Mets with 46 points percent, 12% for the Yankees, 31% for the Padres, and 11% for the Dodgers. Again, this is a Mets channel, so I expect more people to put the Mets. But I am very happy with you guys thinking that the Padres are going to make the big blockbuster deal at 31%. And I'm a little surprised that people have the Yankees over the Dodgers just by 1%. Only the reason why is because I think the Yankees are going to get screwed on not giving up better packages for pitchers like Rodon and Montas. And I think the Dodgers are probably going to win out on the Montas deal. Well, Hauser, yes. That's the biggest problem with the Yankees. The problem with trying to get Luis Castillo was because they didn't want to give up Volpe. And if you're not willing to give up Volpe, you're probably not going to get Montas, and you clearly didn't get Castillo because of it. And if a team is willing to give a top prospect to the Oakland A's for Montas, they're going to take that deal. The same thing with the Giants. Now, I honestly think Volpe and Peraza are off the table for everybody. And if that's the case, the Yankees are probably getting Noah Syndergaard because you're not getting even Rodon for that. I'm sorry. And I think the untouchables are Peraza, Volpe, and Dominguez. So with those three guys probably off the list, what are the Yankees really doing? They gave up basically nothing for Benintendi. And with Syndergaard, they're probably going to have to give up nothing. And then Cashman's going to spin it and say, well, teams didn't want to work with us. That's what they're going to say. And if you're a Yankee fan, you got to be pissed, especially the year they're having. See, I'm not sarcastic at all when it comes to other teams. Probably a little bit Yankees sarcasm, yeah. But if you follow my channel, and most of you guys have, you guys know I'm very fair when it comes to the fact that, I'm not bringing up a Mets trade where, all right, I want JD Martinez and Christian Vasquez. You could take Dominic Smith and JD Davis. I'm not that naive. I'm not. And if you were with me, follow me along the way when the Mets were going through their terrible streak last year, I kill my team. I kill my team more than I talk bad about other teams every day of the week. And yeah, I'm going to take a little bit of an insult to that because it's not true. There's no sarcasm when it comes to other teams. What I hear and what I see, just like you guys see and hear on Twitter, that's what I'm bringing up. Am I going to give my opinion? Absolutely. But if you're a fan of if you turn on a Yankees channel, you don't think there's going to be a Yankees sarcasm towards the Mets? Of course there is. Because I don't like the Yankees. I'm not a Yankees fan. There's no reason why I should give any sympathy for the Yankees. I grew up in the late 90s when as a Met fan, dealing with Yankee fans, always winning. It wasn't a fun time to be a kid if you were a Mets fan. So yeah, of course I got a little bit of a animosity towards the Yankees. You're not a Mets fan if you don't. But I can care less what the Yankees do because they don't affect me until we face them in the middle of August. They don't affect me until we face them, if we face them in the World Series. They're irrelevant to me until we face them. That's all I care about. And I'm more focused what the Braves might do and the Dodgers might do and the Cardinals and the Padres because those are our competition to make it to the World Series. Those are the teams we possibly might face in the playoffs. That's my biggest concern. That's why on the list, I got the Padres, I got the Giants, I got the Dodgers, and the Braves on the MLB trade room because they affect my team a lot more than the Yankees would ever affect my team, except 4 times this year. That's it. And I do appreciate your opinion, but if you hear that, I apologize. But again, I'm not throwing sarcasm at anybody. It's just, it's obvious that Brian Cashman, I think some Yankee fans are kind of brainwashed into believing that championship or bust, because it's not true. The Yankees haven't been running a baseball team like championship or bust over the last 5 years. There was no choice but to sign Garrett Cole. They had to. They didn't have an ace, so they had no choice. They have choices now, and they chose not to sign Correa. They chose not to trade for Cole when he was available, or trade for Justin Verlander, or trade for Luis Castillo, or trade for Chris Bassett, sign Max Scherzer. They did not do any of that. That shows me that a team that is not going all in like other teams, not just the Mets, like other teams, to get a deal done. Seattle Mariners are going for it because they haven't made the playoffs in 20 years. They did everything they can to do that. So, yes, I don't like the Yankees, but you saw Brew, who is a Yankee fan, who has the Yankees channel, wants me to come on his channel to talk about Yankees and Mets. If I had too much of a sarcasm or bias towards the Yankees, he wouldn't want me on his channel because I would just spill nonsense. So I think I'm very fair when I talk about trade rumors, when I talk about Mets packages that can go back to other teams. I think I'm pretty fair. And if you if you look at my subscribers, there's a lot of subscribers of other teams, specifically Brave fans, which Delmar is one of them. A lot of Dodger fans that I have on my channel that are subscribers. You don't think I would hate the Dodgers a lot more, or the Braves a lot more than the Yankees? I can't stand the Braves or the Dodgers. I don't have much of a feeling towards the Yankees until I face them. That's the way I see it. Hauser. Let me see. I'm sorry. Let me see. Dom and Khalil Lee. Oh, that's a possibility. That's a solid prospect if you want to define it as solid prospect. Again, I think the Red Sox. I mean that would be, that's a possibility. That is a possibility. I mean, you'd be crazy if you're the Mets to not make that deal. I'd do that in a heartbeat. And I would even give Vientos in that deal for Dom and Vientos for Martinez and Christian Vasquez. But if it's only for Martinez, Lee, and Dom, I'm good. I'll be happy with it. Delmar, yeah, we just talked about it a few minutes ago. I wouldn't say they necessarily make a crazy couple of deals like they did, but I was talking about starting pitcher for you guys. Because, yeah, your rotation is pretty good, but I don't necessarily believe that Soroka's going to stay healthy when he comes back, and I don't think you can trust that. And I think the Braves are going to be in on starting pitching. Yeah, they could be on the DH / outfield mostly because of Duvall being out for the year. I do think the Braves are going to look to try to get an outfielder that has a pop. Maybe they'll look at CJ Cron. He's mostly an infielder and DH guy, but maybe they'll look into Josh Bell as the bat that can fill in for Adam Duvall. But the Braves are in a tough spot because they gave a lot of prospects for Olsen. They don't got the I don't think they want to give up their top 2 or 3 prospects to maybe get a starting pitcher like Rodon or Montas. Could they find a way to get another guy like that Rosario deal or that Soler deal? Maybe they're looking to try to get Soler back from the Marlins. Maybe. I don't know if they want to take on that money that the Marlins gave them, but maybe they will bring it back Soler, which I would think that would be a great move for the Braves, honestly. He performed well. MVP of the World Series. Why not? Yeah, exactly, Christian. 100%. I'm a member of Talking Mets to Rob, by the way. Yeah, he's definitely. It's fair. 100% fair. You got a 35-year-old DH that's making $7 million, like you said. They're not getting the top prospect. Khalil Lee considered the top 10 prospect, but again, I don't see him being a part of this team at all. Honestly, especially if the Mets are going to re-sign Nimmo. You still got Connie, you got Marte for 3 more years. Where's Khalil Lee going to play? Yeah, he could be a backup outfielder, but it's nothing off my shoulders giving up Khalil Lee. A solid prospect is a guy like Khalil Lee. But again, if Christian Vasquez is a part of that JD Martinez deal, I'm willing to give up Vientos with Dominic Smith. Because I think Christian Vasquez is a very good catcher. And he's got some pop. So, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily want to give Vientos, but if that's going to stop the deal and the Mets are not willing to give up Vientos for Vasquez and Martinez, I would have to do that because Wilson Contreras and Robinson is going to cost more. Just that simple. So, but I do think that's a good deal. Sweaty, yes. I do think we're going to get a bat for sure. And I think the names you heard that we just talked about, Martinez, Mancini, the Mets already made an offer for Josh Bell. The Nationals are still trying to choose an offer for Josh Bell. I don't think the Mets made the best offer, but they made an offer for Josh Bell. And, of course, Wilson Contreras. I think they're going to get one of them. Yeah, Christian. Listen, I will drive Gallo to Atlanta to make him be a part of the Braves. I have no problem the Mets striking out Gallo every single time when he's up for the Braves. Gallo is, listen, I don't care about change of scenery. He's still going to be a below 200 hitter who connects on one every now and then and hits a home run. He's not a good pitcher. Patrick Wisdom, you know what? I haven't heard anything about that. Not necessarily know if there's anything out there, but I haven't necessarily. Personally, I haven't heard much. I think the Mets are mostly in on Chafin, Soto, the reliever Soto of the Tigers, Fulmer of the Tigers, Robinson. Maybe the Mets will look to tick off a bullpen arm from the Orioles, pitchers like that. But Wisdom, I have not heard. Original snap, Wilmer Flores reunion, probably not. I don't. If they go that route, I'm not necessarily. With nostalgia from the Met fans, it'd be cool for like a day. Other than that, no, I'm not looking for Wilmer Flores to be a part of this team. Christian, it is a good first name. Hauser says, I think if the Mets can swing a deal because understanding they want to hold on to their top out, they can. Yeah, honestly, I think they can make that deal with JD Martinez without giving up Vientos or a top 5 prospect, honestly. But yeah, again, would I be okay with Flores? Yeah, but he can crush lefties and he can platoon him with Vogelback, who crushes right-handers. But I don't know. Do I want to go down that route again? It would be, like I said, it's going to be all fuzzy feelings for Met fans, nostalgia and all that. But I don't really care to have Flores back. I think there's other options out there that the Mets can get done. Oh, yeah, Todd, absolutely. Gregory Soto is a guy that, I believe he has controllable years. Let me just check real quick. I don't have the his deals off the top of my head. Let me just check. Gregory Soto contract. Yeah, see, he's under control, so it might cost more. Yeah, you see, he's not even next year. He's ARB eligible. He's under his rookie deal at $722,000. So, as much as we might want Gregory Soto, he's going to cost a lot because he's pre-ARB and got 4 years left, including this year. So, it's kind of a problem because if the Mets are not willing to give up big-time prospects, it's going to cost a decent amount to get Gregory Soto because he's under control for 4 years. That's rough. So I don't think Gregory Soto is an option, in my opinion. Chafin is an option because of his contract. So I think Gregory Soto is kind of out. Let's see. And Manta play the same thing. With him, the same thing. 2 years until he's ARB eligible. So you're going to have to give a lot for Joe Manta play. I don't think that's going to happen, Marcus. Honestly, I don't think so. And that's the same thing with Gregory Soto. They both pre-ARB eligible. So you got a lot of control over those. You're going to have to give up. Listen, Gregory Soto and Manta play can make the Mets bullpen be great. Are you going to give up Ronnie Mauricio? Maybe a Dominic Smith? Maybe another top 20 prospect? That's where you're probably going to have to give up for one of those guys because they got so much team control. Really doesn't make sense. There's no incentive for the Tigers and the Diamondbacks to trade them unless they get back a big a great package for them. So unless the Mets are willing to do that, and I don't think they are, Manta play and Soto are probably off the table, unfortunately, because they're really good. Yeah, I don't think the Red Sox are good. I think the Red Sox are going to try to sign Devers, honestly. But if anything's coming back from the Red Sox, it's going to be Martinez and Vasquez or both. Yeah, that makes sense. With the Duvall injury, Jock Peterson makes a lot of sense from the Giants. Bring the boy back, right? He played well for the Braves in that World Series run. Rodon makes sense. Again, I think Rodon makes sense for the Braves, considering the fact that Soroka is no guarantee going to stay healthy when he comes back. That would be a good addition for the Braves. Well, JP, you know what? That's what the Blue Jays need. They need bullpen help for sure. Yeah, I don't think the Mets necessarily need Nathan Eovaldi. We don't need starting pitching. We have enough of it. We're actually going to take a guy out of the rotation as putting DeGrom on Tuesday. So that doesn't make sense. Now, again, could he throw Nathan Eovaldi in the pen? I'll think about that. But I'm not giving you guys more to throw in Nathan Eovaldi, honestly. Like, Dominic Smith, solid prospect for JD Martinez and Nathan Eovaldi. You're not going to get more. I'll throw in Khalil Lee, maybe possibly Jose Buto, who is a solid right-handed pitcher in the minors. But other than that, I'm not giving you more than that. I'm not. And, Nathan Eovaldi, I think, got a couple of years on his contract, if I'm not mistaken, right? Or is he a free agent? I could be wrong. Let me see. What was I saying? Who is it? Nathan Eovaldi. Yeah, you see, all right, he's a free agent. So, all right. So, you're not going to get a lot if you throw Eovaldi in that trade. Again, I don't think the Mets necessarily need Eovaldi, but I throw him in the bullpen. He was a godsend for the Red Sox when they threw him in the bullpen in that World Series run. So, I do it, but I'm not giving you much more than that. Well, like I said, Marcus, if the Mets are going to go get Flores because they don't want to give up too much for a big bat like JD Martinez, Rosa Contreras, Mancini, or Crone, or anybody else you could think of for a big bat. Platoon righties with Vogelback, lefties with Flores. It'll be fine. I'm not going to go crazy, but if the Mets get Flores, they better get 2 or 3 arms for the bullpen. Obviously, 1, maybe even 2 lefties, and another arm. If you can get Robinson and Chafin and maybe Fulmer, I'll be happy. But you got to do a lot with the bullpen if you're not going to get a big bat. Because Flores is not a big bat. He's a solid bat against lefties. But then you got to go all in for the bullpen, in my opinion. Snob, I don't know. I'm so confused with Jacob deGrom. If he's healthy, I think he's going to perform. He's going to be great. But I want to see at least 4 starts in a row with no breaks in between. Like, not give him an extra rest day. Every 5th day, 4 days in a row, 4 starts in a row. I want to see with no news of he's sore, he's this, he's that, he's hurt again. Give me 4 starts every 5th day in a row, then I'll feel confident that DeGrom is going to be ready to go for the rest of the year. I mean, he'll go 5 innings on Tuesday. His pitch count's probably going to be about 75, so it doesn't matter what inning it is. If he gets to 75 pitches, he's probably done. It's the Nationals, so I'll probably say, maybe Josh Bell, if he's not traded by then, might jack one over the fence. Maybe even Soto if he's not traded by then. But the Nationals are terrible. I expect DeGrom to pitch well. Rocky, I don't necessarily agree with that. The Mets are good. But, I mean, are you confident in the 6th, 7th, 8th inning if the bullpen needs to come in with Lugo and Ottavino, Smith? Because I sure as hell not. I'm not comfortable with that. I mean, for a guy who wasn't even trusting Diaz starting the year, Diaz is the only guy I trust. Other than that, I can't see the Mets going in to the playoffs with that bullpen and feel confident. I just can't. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking something. All right, so the Braves just made a move. Minor moves. Probably could be a solid move for them. The Braves acquired infielder Ehire Adrianza from the Washington Nationals in exchange for outfielder Trey Harris. The club has also designated infielder Robinson Cano. So the Braves made a small move. They got an infielder, Adrianza. Not great, but it's it might be a small move that goes into another move. We'll see. So the Braves made a move while we've been live. Infielder Ehire, I hope I'm saying it right, Adrianza from the Washington Nationals for outfielder Trey Harris. And the Braves designated Robinson Cano for assignment. So there you go. That is the first move that's technically been done since I've been live. I'm just going to look at Twitter a little bit. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I'm just texting my friends that are talking about the Mets and trades and stuff. Sorry about that. Don't mind me. All right. Hauser 100%. Yeah. Well, you know what, Delmar? You might designate Cano for assignment, but then you might throw in Joey Gallo in there. Yeah, it's a solid move for the Braves, honestly. They needed some depth. You know what I'm saying? They needed a little bit of depth on that roster, on that bench. Again, it's not always the big moves that can make the difference. It's always, the small moves that might end up being the biggest reason why a team does well. Everybody talks about the Cespedes deal in 2015 with the Mets, but the bigger trades were Addison Reed for the bullpen. That was big. Tyler Clippard was a big trade for the Mets for that bullpen. That was not a lot of people talk about that, but that was a big reason why the Mets got as far as they did into the World Series, because they traded for Tyler Clippard and Addison Reed to help that bullpen out with Joris Familia. So, well, Delmar, with Gallo, there's been too many leaks with the fact that the Braves are interested in Gallo. I mean, it kind of makes sense for the Braves, but God, Gallo's is just terrible. It really is. So I'm going to refresh Twitter, see what's going on around baseball. If we get anything, let's see. Excuse me. Just checking really quick. Let's see. Sorry, guys, just looking for something. Oh, all right. I'm gonna scroll through Twitter just to see if there's anything popping up. Never know. Just checking, guys. Hold on. All right, so I see the Braves thing a little bit more. Again, more report about the Red Sox and the Mets. Let's see, more Braves. All right, so there we go. Well, I mean, yeah, Tribal would, yeah. I got no comment on the Bauer and Deshaun Watson stuff. Yeah, I talked about that last week about if the Mets are really serious about defining their complete defensive capabilities of their catcher, Sean Murphy's a perfect option, and he has a good bat. That is a possibility. But again, it's going to cost you. Like you just said, he's controllable until 2025. It's going to cost you. Would you give up Ronnie Mauricio? Well, that's probably what you're going to have to give up. But I don't think the Mets are going to do that, considering the fact that why don't you give Mauricio for Contreras, who's a good bat, but not really good defensively? So, excuse me. Yeah, Gord, a little early today. I know there's going to be a little bit of news popping up, and 48 hours, a little bit more than, what is it, like 49 hours, 45 hours, 50 hours until the trade deadline at 6 o'clock on Tuesday, tomorrow. I thought there'd be some news, so 10 o'clock to 3 a.m. Again, I'll do a YouTube short if there's breaking news regarding the Mets. I'll pop up either YouTube short or live really quick for the breaking news. Other than that, I'll be back on tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. for deadline day, the same thing that I'm doing now. So, hold on. Sorry, there's people that are asking me if I'm still streaming. uh, yeah, well, Fredo, but I get that. I understand for rentals. But, it's not like we're giving up Beatty or Alvarez for rentals. Shoot, we're not even probably giving up Mauricio for rentals. So, guys like Alex Ramirez that are probably 2, possibly 3 years away. Mark Vientos, who basically doesn't have a spot on this team. He can't play third base because Beatty's blocking him in the system. You got Jeff McNeil at second. You got Pete Alonso at first. Where is Vientos playing? DH? Well, if the Mets really wanted him as the DH, why wasn't he up 5 weeks ago when the Mets needed offense? So, giving up Vientos is nothing for a JD Martinez or with Christian Vasquez or even in a Wilson Contreras trade with David Robinson. I'm not worried about that. It's not if we're giving up Beatty or Alvarez or even Mauricio for these deals for rentals, then Epler needs his head examined. He's not doing that. So don't concern yourself about that. Vientos, if he was good enough, and apparently the Mets don't think he is good enough to be an everyday DH if they weren't bringing him up 5 weeks ago when the Mets really needed him. That's a glaring sign for me. But I'm not too worried about that. I don't think you're going to have to give up your top 3 prospects for any of these rentals, honestly. And the Red Sox, they're not going through a full rebuild. They're just selling off guys who are going to be probably off this team at the end of the year, like the Red Sox, like the Cubs. teams that know they're probably not going to sign these guys. So you really don't have to worry too much about when it comes down to that. And again, when the Mets were struggling offensively, all we talked about was Vientos and Alvarez being the DH. What Alvarez, I get. They wanted him to catch, wanted him to learn. But Vientos, there's no reason. He's been hitting for 2 years. We've been hearing about him coming up. He was supposed to start the season on the roster, but the Mets thought otherwise. So Vientos, there's something about Vientos that the Mets are not willing to bring him up. Tells me that they don't think he's going to be as good as he is in the minors at the major league level. So give him to somebody else. Let them figure it out with him. That's the way I see it. I mean, Robert, he hasn't really struggled with Red Sox. I mean, he was a big part of that World Series team. He's a good bat. He's still a very good bat. Yeah, Bill, I've been seeing that as well. I'm not shocked. Sorry, people are just texting me. I'm in group chats all over the place on Twitter and just regular messaging. It's crazy. All right. Yeah, I mean, it's obviously going to be a big haul. That's why I think the Padres are in the driver's seat because they have the best farm system amongst the teams that are trying to get Soto. Yeah, I would trade Mauricio, but again, if you don't have to, keep the asset for maybe the offseason when, like I said, Rafael Devers could become available if the Red Sox can't come up with an extension with him. Many different things. Yeah, Bill, we just talked about it. Arianza to the Braves infielder for Trey Harris, the outfielder. So a bit it's a depth move. It's a bench move for the Braves. But again, I'm not just gonna give Mauricio up, who's probably our biggest asset that doesn't have a position on this team. Like, I'm just not gonna give the Red Sox Mauricio because they asked for him when you could probably get it done with a Dominic Smith and a Mark Vientos. Like, I'm not giving up Mauricio. That's something that I can save in the offseason as that big asset that a team might want to get a Rafael Devers or somebody else that might come available in the offseason. All right, let's see. Just checking, guys. Twitter once again. Hold on, guys. Let me just. I think there's some. All right, Pat Ragazzo just tweeted. The more I speak to those around the game, the more I see the lessening possibility of the Mets and Cubs striking a deal for Wilson Contreras and Dave Robertson. Maybe that changes, but the Padres can tool up prospect-wise and appear more willing should they miss out on Juan Soto. So, put it this way, guys. If the Padres get Juan Soto, they're probably out on Wilson Contreras and Dave Robinson. So, that puts the Mets back in talks with the Cubs because the Cubs have one less team that are fighting for those players. So, as of right now, the talks between the Cubs and the Mets haven't really been heating it up, only because the Padres are probably a better package that the Cubs might want. But if the Padres send the majority of their prospects to the Nationals for Soto, well, the Padres don't have enough to give for Wilson Contreras. So maybe the Mets come back in the driver's seat there. So a lot, I think, is riding on what happens with Soto. Because I think once Soto gets dealt, everything else is going to start happening. Because everybody's just waiting to see who lands Soto because the team that lands Soto is probably not going to do anything else because, well, they gave all their prospects away. So it kind of makes sense that other teams are waiting because, like, a team like the Mets, well, why are the Mets going to try to outbid the Padres when if they give up 4 or 5 top prospects for Soto, the Padres don't really have nothing else to give that the Cubs want to get Contreras and Robinson. So that's why I think Epler is kind of in the back burner with this stuff as well. All right, so Mike says Sox, Cubs, Tigers, and Orioles. If the Mets can't get Contreras or JD Martinez / Vacquez, keep an eye on Baltimore and Trey Mancini. So people are thinking that for Trey Mancini, look at the Yankees, what they gave up for Andrew Benintendi. So that's what the Baltimore Orioles are looking for Trey Mancini. So what the Yankees gave up, I don't think was any of their top 10 prospects. So look at that for Trey Mancini. Yeah, but again, what does that really mean? Great, he's the 110th ranked prospect if there's 110. You know, he's had enough years to break the 100 MLB top 100 list. He hasn't. Not saying he's not going to be a good player, but you have to look at the Mets perspective and the Mets roster, Webs. 100%. You have to look at that. You know, Vientos probably wouldn't even be in the top 10 in most farm systems than other teams. So you have to look at that. Because the Mets are so top-heavy with their farm system, that's the reason why Vientos is top 5, because their farm system at the upper level is not that good. Is good, and lower level is not great. You know, with the draft picks that the Mets just have with Parada and Jet, they're probably going to bump Mark Vientos off the top 5, most likely. So, and there's still a reason why Vientos wasn't up a couple of weeks ago when the Mets needed offense. I think the Mets like him, but I think the Mets don't see him as the bat that is going to produce a lot in the majors. Again, I don't necessarily think he's going to be bad. But if the Mets didn't bring him up when they really needed him, he's expendable. He has nowhere to play on this team. He's not pushing out Brett Beatty. He can't play first base because of Pete Alonso. He's not an outfielder. And all you can think about using him as your DH. So your top 5 prospect you're going to hold on to just for him to be an everyday DH, not when you can get JD Martinez and possibly Christian Vasquez. I wouldn't do that. Yeah, but how's it? You know, I understand that, but if the Mets make a deal for, say, Trey Mancini, right? They don't have to give up any of their top 5 prospects. They got to give up, you know, mid-level prospects that nobody really cares about. And what was reported, look at the Yankees, what they gave up for Benintendi, which was no top 10 prospects for Trey Mancini. So with that said, the Mets get Trey Mancini, right? Trey Mancini, Vogelback, going to platoon righty-lefty for DH. Why is Vientos coming up? Where is he playing? There we go again. We don't know. For Murphy, yes. Sean Murphy's a different story. Definitely a different story. Yeah, Mauricio. Oh, excuse me. Okay, so I was talking about. Okay, I got you. Yeah, Murphy for Mauricio. Sign me up. That's a done deal. I do that in a heartbeat. Good bat, great defensive pitcher. Catcher. Absolutely. Cage. I don't know why. Vientos doesn't have a position. Ronnie does. I don't like players that don't have positions. That scares me. It really does. Let's see. Yes. One guy that has not been brought up in trade rumors is Miguel Cabrera. I figure since the Tigers are out, is possible. He's a good bat. He's not that of a power bat anymore. You know, I don't know if he wants to leave, and I don't know if he has a he's been. I think he has that veteran no trade clause. Like, I don't think he has to go anywhere if he don't want to. I could be wrong about that, but I don't think maybe to win a ring, maybe, but I don't know. I take Miguel Cabrera, honestly. You don't gotta give a lot for him at all. I mean, he would be a perfect right-handed bat, honestly. Yeah, but Brian, we do need somebody that hits lefties, and Trey Mancini has been good against lefties. But JD Martinez has been good against lefties. Josh Bell has been good against lefties. Again, Mancini, with regards to JD Martinez and Mancini's probably going to be a little bit cheaper. And like the report said with Pat Ragazzo, look at the Yankee deal, what they gave up for Benintendi, which was no top 10 prospects. They gave up, 3 mid-level prospects? I think one was top 15, I think, and the rest was somewhere close or off the 25 top prospect list in the Yankee system. So if we can get Trey Mancini for basically nothing, I'll do that. If you really want to keep Vientos, go get Trey Mancini. Don't even worry about JD Martinez at that point. How's it? The reason why, because there's a spot for teams like the Red Sox to put Vientos. Vientos goes to the Red Sox, he's playing first base. It's that simple. Vientos could be a backup plan if the Red Sox can't extend Devers. That's what I'm saying, that Vientos doesn't have a position with the Mets. With the Cubs, he could play third base. He could play first base. There's options to play him somewhere. With the Mets, there's nowhere to play him except for the DH spot. He's not an outfielder. You already got Luis Guillorme, who's the backup third baseman for Escobar. So you're not putting Vientos there. Vientos can't play shortstop. Not a second baseman. You're not taking Pete Alonso off first base for Vientos. So you got him as your everyday DH. And if you already wanted him at the DH spot, the Mets had every opportunity to bring him up over the last 5 to 6 weeks when J.D. Davis and Dominic Smith looked like minor leaguers. They did not. There's a reason for that. Other teams might value Vientos as a first baseman and a third baseman. The Mets can't evaluate him as a third baseman or a first baseman because they don't have a spot for him. That's what I mean. Just like Dominic Smith has been coveted by a lot of teams, the Cubs, the Red Sox, many other teams. You know why? 1, he's controllable. 2, people see him as an everyday first baseman. That's why he's valuable. Maybe not to the Mets, but he might be valuable to the Red Sox. That's what you have to look at when you're looking about trading prospects. Like Mauricio. I'm not saying to trade him for a rental. Want to trade him for somebody who has control? I'm all in. Like Sean Murphy of the Oakland A's. But for a guy like Vientos, who doesn't have a spot, specifically a position on this Mets team, and you're going to not trade him because why? Bring him up then. Let him be the right-handed DH and platoon with Vogelback against lefties. Because if you're not going to do that, stop wasting your assets and not do anything about it. Because that's the problem in the Mets in years past. Hauser, Mauricio is still playing shortstop. That's the problem that I have. The reason why they're not moving him out of shortstop, because he's more valuable as an asset to other teams if he continues to play at shortstop. You know why the Mets are not moving him to second base, which is probably the obvious move? Is because they don't know he could transition to second base. The same way Gleyber Torres couldn't transition from a second baseman or to play shortstop, they had to transition him to second, is because it's not easy to transition to another position. And to keep his value up, they kept him at shortstop. If the Mets were really serious about keeping Ronnie Mauricio, they would put him at second base because that's the only position he can possibly come up in the Mets organization, because McNeil can platoon in left field, right field, DH, and all that stuff. That's why Ronnie Mauricio is still a shortstop. If the Mets were serious about keeping Ronnie Mauricio, they would have moved him out of the shortstop spot as soon as he got to AA. They're not doing that. That's the problem. That's why Ronnie Mauricio is very very expendable and a big asset for the Mets if they're willing to give up Mauricio for a controllable big bat. Exactly, KTU. I think too many people are so worried about the future when, the future is not going to hold DeGrom, Scherzer. Who knows about Nimmo? Almost everybody in this rotation is probably gone in 4 years. So great. We're gonna be the Angels of the National League, right? We're gonna have all these players, all these prospects come up. We got Beatty at third, Alvarez behind the plate. We got Nimmo for 4 more years. Alonso just signed the big contract. And who's in our rotation? Nobody. Who knows if DeGrom's still going to be around? Scherzer's going to be gone. Carrasco's going to be gone. Who knows about Walker? What, McGill and Peterson are going to be your 1-2? The Mets are in the top 4 of best teams in baseball. When you're that close of being a contender for a World Series, you do what you got to do. I'm not saying trade Alvarez for JD Martinez. That's idiotic. I'm not saying Alvarez and Beatty are on the table at all, unless it's for Juan Soto. But other than that, Ronnie Mauricio, top 3 prospect, very expendable, has no position on this team in probably the next 4 to 5 years. Until they put him at second base in the minors, I'm not serious about the Mets, about them keeping him long-term in this organization. So Mauricio is expendable. Alex Ramirez, top 4 prospect in the Mets system. Maybe 2 years away. And that's if he continues to progress. Vientos, top 5. No position on his team. He's technically a DH if the Mets bring him up. But they haven't bring him up. Why is that? Is he not ready? Clearly, he's probably ready. So if they're not bringing him up at the DH spot, you know why they probably didn't bring him up to be a DH against lefties on this team? Because if he failed, his value would drop. And the Mets don't want his value to drop because he is the trade piece that they're willing to give up for the Cubs or Martinez for the Red Sox. That's why. So don't think they're not thinking long-term about trade scenarios. Why do you think Ronnie Mauricio is not moving to another position, which is the obvious thing to do? Because his best valuation is at shortstop. To keep him comfortable and to continue to get better, keep him at shortstop. Don't make him think about a new position to learn when you can use him as a big asset. Same thing with Mark Vientos. The Mets didn't bring up Mark Vientos for 2 reasons. One, they think he's very valuable to other teams. 2, if they bring him up and he fails at the DH spot, he doesn't perform well with the bat, which is his big asset, right? Defensively, he's not that good. He's okay. His bat is what teams like. You bring him up at the DH spot, he fails at the major league level. His value drops. And now what? That's why the Mets didn't bring him up. Don't let them fool you. That's the reason why. Teddy, I haven't heard nothing with Ohtani. I think the Mets actually said something and said that they didn't think the Angels were serious about trading for Shohei Ohtani. If they would trade him, it would probably be in the offseason. Yeah, but that's not a bad move, Andrew, to bring back Jock Peterson. Sorry about the porn bot. Made an appearance. Well, yeah, because look at it this way. Now, I don't think the Mets are going to go after Sean Murphy because, they got Alvarez, who I truly believe they think that he's going to be up next year, and he got James McCann for 2 more years. So it's probably a pipe dream for Sean Murphy. But me and excuse me, and Hauser are just saying, you're not going to trade Mauricio just to trade Mauricio because he's expendable on this team. You're not just going to give him up for J. Martinez or Juan Contreras, who are rentals. Doesn't make sense. We're just bringing up a name that could be a possibility, like Sean Murphy, who's under team control, who's a very good defensive catcher and good offensive catcher. Oh, Andrew, you might. Transistor, I'm still going. Still got about 2 hours and 45 minutes. Hold on, guys. All right. Just checking Twitter really quick. Yeah, Sean, we talked about Robinson Cano being DFA'd after that Braves small trade. I don't want Syndergaard here at all. Let him go to the Yankees. Well, see, that's the problem that I have with the Mets. And they're not doing that because the same reason why they're not doing it with Mauricio. They're not changing these guys' positions because if they don't do well at those positions, their valuation is going to go down from other teams. It only makes sense for Vientos and or Mauricio to move over to second base because that's the clear position the Mets could possibly have a position for these guys. But if they're not doing that, you gotta say to yourself, why aren't they moving those guys who are two of your top 5 prospects? You're not moving them in positions of need or who is being blocked by guys already in the majors or possibly in the farm system. Brett Beatty, right? Blocking Vientos. So you're not bringing Vientos as your third baseman when Beatty's could possibly be here next year, right? Shortstop, Lindor, you got for 10 more years. Where are you playing Mauricio? He can't play short. And if you don't play these guys at second base, you're not bringing them up to the majors to play second base and pray it works. So think, why haven't the Mets moved Vientos to second base, move Mauricio to second base to keep their value high at their respective positions that they're playing currently? Because when teams see and look at Vientos and like him, there's a reason why the Cubs and the Red Sox like Vientos, because they could see them being the first baseman of the future, seeing him be in the third base, evaluating Mauricio as somebody's shortstop. The Red Sox, if they had a controllable piece that everybody wants, say if Devers became available, well, guess what? Maybe the Red Sox can't sign Xander Bogaerts, and they want Ronnie Mauricio in the deal. Well, great, perfect. But keeping your assets still valuable to other teams, just because they might not be as valuable to the Mets organization because they don't have a position on this team, doesn't mean other teams don't see them as their everyday position player, wherever that may be. That's why. Well, I honestly think McCann's going to be a backup to Alvarez next year, honestly. But that's why I think the Mets are going to get a catcher, and probably Christian Vasquez. That's why I just think so. And Nito is probably going to be in that deal. Well, yeah, but I would trade Vientos in a Wilson Contreras deal, in a JD Martinez with Christian Vasquez. If it's not just Christian Vasquez, if JD Martinez is the only piece that's coming to the Mets, Dom Smith and a solid prospect, which could be Khalil Lee, could be Jose Buto, I'm okay with. I'm not giving Vientos and Dominic Smith for just JD Martinez. If Christian Vasquez is in that deal, I'm okay with that. Because, again, why are we keeping Mauricio and Vientos when Vientos still hasn't come up on his team? And he's probably not going to come up in September either if he's still in this organization. Why would he? Because if the Mets trade for a Mancini, Josh Bell, Martinez, or name a big right-handed bat, Vientos is not coming up in September because he's not playing at all. Yeah, well, Teddy, that's true, but the teams that they were willing to eat contracts win don't want to deal with the Mets. Like, the Mets were willing to try to get Josh Bell and probably eat a contract to give less prospects, but the Nationals don't want to trade with the Mets. The same thing with Juan Soto. We can eat a lot. We can eat Patrick Corbin's contract. The Nationals don't want to deal with us. The same thing with the Cubs. What contract would we take? A bad contract. There's not many. No, Christian, you know what, Hauser? I'm not sure. I'm going to check right now for you. Let me see. He is a free agent. He is a free agent after this year. But again, Hauser, you see, the only way I would trade Dom Smith and Vientos, if that's a solid prospect they're talking about. But a solid prospect is not Mark Vientos. According to, a solid prospect is Khalil Lee, Jose Buto. Floating around the top 10, maybe into the top 15. That's solid. They didn't say top prospect in that quote. They said solid prospect. So that can mean many things. That can be Palka. That can be Buto. That can be Khalil Lee. That can be Plummer. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like a solid prospect is Mark Vientos. But again, if it's with Vasquez and JD Martinez, I'm more willing to give up Vientos in that deal. Only because there's no direct route for him on this team. Even over the next 2 years, they're not. Hey, Stoney, remember talking about your Rob, what's up? All right. No, Lee is not good. But again, we don't know what other teams, how they value our prospects. That's why, how long have we heard that the Red Sox have been interested in Dominic Smith? The Red Sox are still like Dominic Smith, even with the terrible last year he had and terrible this season. Why do you think the Red Sox still value Dom as a good piece? You know why? Because there's a need at first base for them. They think Dominic Smith, if he's an everyday first baseman, could be the hitter that they've seen in 2020. And if they believe that, go right ahead. I don't believe that, but if they believe it, that's all I care about. The same thing with Mark Vientos. If they see him as a backup plan for Devers, if they can't sign him, great. Take him. But Christian Vasquez has to be in that deal with JD Martinez. Other than that, Dom and a top 15 prospect. Take him away. Yeah, the Guardians and Astros have been looking at the Guardians have been looking at Murphy. That would be a nice, solid move for the Guardians, honestly. And the Astros with Chafin, which is kind of interesting, though. I mean, the Astros with Vasquez, because, they got Maldonado, who's, Vasquez isn't an upgrade defensively with Maldonado, but do they want a little bit more power at the catching spot? I don't know. Yeah, the Mets are in on Chafin and Gregory Soto. Again, Chafin's probably more realistic since the Mets can take that contract off the Tigers' hands and not have to give a lot. Gregory Soto of the Tigers, the other lefty, has many years of control left, so you're going to have to give up a lot. What would the Mets get at the trade deadline on August 2nd at 6 p.m.? I think they're going to get 2 bullpen arms, and specifically, I think they're going to get, let's see. I think they're going to get Andrew Chafin. I think they're going to get David Robinson, and I think they're going to get Trey Mancini. That's my guess. Even though we haven't heard much about the Orioles and the Mets talking about Trey Mancini since last week, I honestly think the fact that the Orioles haven't made a move yet, I think they're waiting for the Mets to make a move with a bat. Because then they can pivot on what they're going to do, in my opinion. So I would think Andrew Chafin, David Robinson, Trey Mancini. Again, that's probably not everybody's wish list. But again, the Mets don't need a blockbuster deal, even though we probably would love it. Yeah, Teddy. With the with the Yankees, they're not getting Soto. If they didn't even want to give Volpe for Luis Castillo, you think they want to give up 5 out of your top 10 prospects for Soto? It's not happening. I tell you that right now. And if you get Soto, you're definitely losing Aaron Judge. And there's no guarantee that Soto will sign with the Yankees after that. Yeah, how's that? I would be okay with Mancini and 2 arms because with them moves, those are solid moves that can really help this team. And with Mancini and 2 arms, you're probably not going to give any of your top 5 prospects, which is probably music to a lot of Mets fans' ears. And that would be a solid trade deadline move for the Mets if they do 2 bullpen arms. Again, they have to be good bullpen arms, not there was some talk about Ryan Tepera, excuse me, that can also be but I would definitely Trey Mancini 2 bullpen arms, definitely 1 lefty. I would be happy. Lefty arm, I'd be okay with that. Not headbanging moves, but solid moves. I'd be okay because with Vogelback and Mancini, that's a great platoon for the DH. It would be better. Look, Vogelback and Mancini is a huge upgrade from Dominic Smith and JD Davis. Even if they don't hit a lot of home runs, their averages are better. Like Vogelback, he's a 230, 240 hitter, but he's batting 40 points higher than Dominic Smith, 30 points higher than JD Davis. And Trey Mancini is just a solid professional ball player who got popped with Vogelback. Between them, I think they have 20 home runs. That's fine. Yeah, and that's why Hauser, I could see Epler making maybe even 3 bullpen arms getting because there's so many available and they're not going to cost too much. It'll be perfect. Teddy, I haven't heard any 3-team deal as of yet. Usually we see one of them, in years past, I think it was with the Dodgers, the Padres. I mean, the Dodgers, the Red Sox, and somebody else. There's a couple of teams. No, I'm sorry. I'm not giving Alvarez up for bullpen arms. I'm just not. The only way I would give up Alvarez if somehow we can get Soto. Other than that, not for bullpen arms. Because just because bullpen arms are good right now, the biggest risk by any team is getting the bullpen arm because there's no guarantee they're going to be good even if they were good with the other team. Bullpen arms are very volatile. Aaron Diaz was a disaster in 2019. Ask any Met fan if you said to them in 2019, Aaron Diaz is going to be the best best closer in baseball. They would have laughed at you if you told them that in 2019. Look at Jonathan Loaizaga. He was great last year for the Yankees. This year, not very good. Then he got hurt. I would never give up a top prospect for a bullpen arm because they're too unpredictable, just like Hauser said. Too volatile. I get why the Cubs traded Gleyber Torres for Chapman because the Cubs didn't have a closer. A closer is a different level. If Josh Hader was available, teams would give top prospects up for Josh Hader because that's something you can put at the end of your bullpen that you can trust. But that's rare that you're going to give up a top prospect for, Cashman had the Cubs over a barrel. The Cubs haven't won a World Series in 100 years. They were good enough in the starter rotation and in the lineup. They were missing one piece, and that was a closer. They didn't have a choice, the Cubs. The Yankees had them over a barrel. That's why they were able to get him. Stoney, I'm streaming until 3 p.m., about 2.5 hours. No, transistor, I think it's likely. But It's what the Mets will have to give up to get both of them. Again, I'm willing Dominic Smith and Vientos for Vasquez and Martinez because Vientos is a positionless player in this Mets roster if he became a part of this team. Again, he could have been a part of this team 5 weeks ago as the everyday DH when Dom and JD were absolutely terrible. But no, they brought up Nick Plummer. They brought up Robinson Cano. They brought up other bats. They even if Vientos was so important to the Mets' future plans, why would they trade for Vogelback? Why would they trade for Naquin? Why would they be looking to trade for a right-handed bat like Mancini or JD Martinez? Because I don't think the Mets are so big on Vientos as other teams are. And use that to your advantage. If other teams really like him, use it to your advantage in a trade deal. That's the way I think it is. All right. Let's just Teddy, I don't think Soto's signing with any team that trades for him. Honestly, I think he's a Boris client. He's not gonna do that because put it this way, wouldn't you want more teams fighting for you while you're a free agent? And it's every dollar that counts. That's why I don't think he's gonna sign with the team. Excuse me, guys. Let's take a drink. Whew. Sorry, guys. Again, I got a sore throat. I lost my voice. It's crackling. I got my antiseptic spray, the Vicks Vapor Cool spray to soothe my throat because I can see pretty good chance. And just so you guys know, for all you Met fans that like to go hang out on my streams during a baseball game, I'm not going to do a stream today for the game because I probably will have no voice by tonight. And I want to save my voice and rest up for tomorrow because I'm definitely doing the stream tomorrow for DeGrom's game coming back. Yeah, Stoney, honestly, like this morning when I woke up, I couldn't speak. Like I literally was whispering. I'm like, oh my God. Like I set up this stream. It's going to be a cool stream. And I can't talk. But, with some lozenge, with some Halls and some antiseptic Vicks Cool spray and some medicine, I'm sounding better. But probably in a few hours, I'll probably be in bad shape. I think Otani's staying. I think if the Angels trade him, it's going to be in the offseason with the Angels. Soto, I think, is gone. Line B, there's no problem, buddy. Yeah, I like that power ranking at number 3. I think that's acceptable. What is it? The Yankees and the Dodgers 1, 2, and the Mets 3. That makes sense. Well, that's why I don't think people are getting nervous that the Mets are waiting around. Like what the Mets are looking for, a lot of teams are not interested in. Right? There's so many teams on Juan Soto, so many teams on pitching. Like look at the teams that are in the playoffs right now or are vying for the playoffs, right? The Mariners don't really need some offense. They got it. They needed pitching. They got Luis Castillo. The Yankees they got Benintendi. They're not looking for a bat. The Padres only looking at, Juan Soto. The Cardinals are looking for starting pitching and bullpen help. And yes, they're in on Soto. Where are the teams that are in it looking for a DH or upgrade in the catcher spot? Not many. So the Mets are in the driver's seat. And when it gets closer and closer until the deadline, that's when Chaim Bloom and the Red Sox are going to be like, all right, we got to get something for these guys or we're not going to get nothing. And then all of a sudden, Dom Smith and Vientos turns in Dom Smith and Jose Buto. And Epler is a very good trade guy. He sucks when it comes to free agency, at least with the Angels. He's done well with the Mets. And I think he learned from his mistake, which I like. He's very meticulous, like Cashman, which he worked under for many years. He's very meticulous in that way. He's not going to budge. He's going to make that other team look, the Mets don't have the pressure. Look, the Mets can go out and get 3 bullpen arms, and the Mets will probably be okay. And that's what I'm thinking. And Epler's not going to budge when teams' backs are against the wall. So I honestly think it's going to be perfect for the Mets. I think the Mets are going to get a bat, and I think the Mets are going to get 2 or 3 bullpen arms. Oh, yeah, the Astros I think the Astros are the best team in baseball. I think they're the most dangerous team. The Yankees can't beat them. And at the moment, the Mets can't beat them. I do think the Mets pitching. Now, again, the Mets didn't really have their big guys. I think the Mets have a better chance of beating the Astros than the Yankees because of the pitching staff. You got Scherzer, DeGrom, Bassett, Walker, Carrasco against the Astros in a 7-game series. I'm confident that the Mets can possibly have a better chance of winning than the Yankees. Won't be easy, but I think they do have a better chance. Nope, Blind Bear, nobody yet. Yeah, Ryan, and that's the reason why the Cubs haven't moved yet. Again, the best case scenario for the Mets is if the Padres get Soto, because that means they're out of any possible deal with the Red Sox or the Cubs with Contreras, Happ, Robinson, Vasquez, and Martinez. So, again, I don't want to see Soto win as a Padre because the Mets already have problems with the Padres, and it will possibly see him in the playoffs if possible. But if the Padres get Soto, there's no possible way they're going to be able to get anybody from the Cubs or anybody from the Red Sox. Catcher, pitcher, bat, doesn't matter. So if you're a Met fan, you want the Padres to get Soto, even though it might kind of backfire in the playoffs. But as of right now, it makes the Cubs have so much more pressure of taking the Mets deal, which will favor the Mets. Mahad, how you doing? Yeah, been a long time. Oh, yeah, Webbs, for sure. I like the idea of trading Mauricio straight up for Devin Bednar or the Pirates. Yeah, but you see with that, it took him a long time to get into the majors, which scares me, even though he's very good for the Pirates. First-time All-Star. But to give up a top prospect for Bednar, I'd rather give them up for, Manta play of the Diamondbacks. But I don't like giving up top prospects for bullpen arms because you never know how they're going to perform in New York. Pete, I'm going to 3 out of the 4 or 5 games, so I'll be there. Manuel, nothing with Jock Peterson yet. There's been rumors that the Braves might try to bring back Jock Peterson. Again, that hasn't been confirmed, but that seems like, with Adam Duvall out for the season, possibility. All right, so there seems to be a trade. All right, so the New York Yankees make a deal. Yankee fans, listen up. The New York Yankees are finalizing a deal to acquire right-handed reliever Scott Efross from the Chicago Cubs. 28, is a rookie with 5 more years of club control and has been fantastic this season. So, nice, solid right-handed move so that's a pretty good chance that the Yankees are out on Robinson. So, that puts even more pressure on the Cubs now because now that's one less player in the sweepstakes for David Robinson. So, Now, he has control, so I don't know what the Yankees are giving up. We're going to find out. That was Jack Passan, by the way. So the Yankees trade for reliever Scott Efross from the Chicago Cubs, 28 years old, rookie with 5 more years of team control, has been very good for the Cubs this year. So I don't know what the Yankees have to give up, but look, put it this way. Now you're going to know what a controllable, really good arm is worth in the trade market. Let's see what the Yankees gave up. When the news comes out, now you're going to know what you're going to have to give up for Bednar and Manteplay and other relievers like Gregory Soto that you would have to give up for a controllable bullpen piece. If it's, no prospects in your top 10, then we can start talking about these guys. But if the Yankees gave up, I don't know, somebody in their top 10 or even one in the top 10 and another prospect, I don't know. But that's the latest with the Yankees. So let me just put that up there. Give me 1 second. Let me just put that report up there. Give me 1 second. All right, guys. So I'm just going to throw that up there right now. So if you're just tuning in for you Yankee fans, Yankees trade for Scott Efross from Cubs. He is a right-handed reliever who's been very good for the Cubs. And he has 5 years of control. So I'm very curious what the Yankees gave up, because that is could be whatever you see the Yankees gave up for a controllable, good bullpen arm is probably what you're going to have to give up for Manteplay, Gregory Soto, guys like that who are controllable, who's been very good this year. I haven't seen who's going back in the trade. I'm just trying to refresh. Let's see. Let's see. I don't see. So still nothing yet. I don't see what the Yankees gave up. So I'm just waiting for that. Very curious with that. So Michael Mayer just tweeted, the Mets do like lefty Andrew Chafin. Veteran has a 2.53 ERA. And they really, really like Gregory Soto. So again, I'm waiting to see what the Yankees gave up in a deal for Efross, because that's a sign of what you would have to give up for a controllable bullpen arm that's been very good this year. Manteplay, Gregory Soto, pitchers like that. The Mets like Gregory Soto and Andrew Chafin. Maybe they could pop up with a deal, but let's see I'm still waiting for what the Yankees gave up. If the Yankees gave up nobody in their top 10 prospect list, pretty good chance that the Mets can probably get Gregory Soto and Manteplay for a similar package than the Yankees gave up for Efross. What's up, Chris? Oh, man. Don't worry, guys. I'm not drinking soda. I kind of got a mixture of honey and all that fun stuff. Wow. Okay, so here we go, guys. We got the word. We got the name. The Yankees gave up Hayden Wesneski, their 7th-ranked prospect. So there you go, guys. That's what you're going to have to give up for a guy like Manteplay or Gregory Soto. So Wisniewski, who is that pitcher in the Yankees farm system, that's a big time move for the Yankees. So now you know what you're gonna have to give up for controllable bullpen arms. You know, a 7th ranked prospect in the Yankee system is probably a number 5 in the Mets system. So would you give Vientos for Gregory Soto or Joe Manteplay? Maybe. So Yankee fans are not happy about this on Twitter. Not happy. Woo-hoo. Yeah, the Cubs got a deal there. Again, it's kind of funny the fact that. So I gotta change it now. So now we know who it is. All right. Give me a second, just putting it up. All right. So I'm just updating it here, guys. So we've got the name that was traded from the Yankees to the Cubs. Yankees trade number 7 prospect in their system, Hayden Wesneski, for Scott Efross from the Cubs. Efross has 5 years of control, been very good this year for the Cubs, but you see what it takes to get a controllable, really good bullpen arm. 7th ranked prospect in the Yankee system. So some Yankee fans, again, this is kind of a win-win for both teams. Cubs are rebuilding, got a nice young arm that's a top 10 in the Yankee system, probably in the top 5 in the Cubs system now. And the Yankees get a controllable bullpen arm for the next couple of years and helps out the bullpen this year. So it's very interesting to see what the Yankees gave up. Yeah. John Heyman reported Joe Musgrove signs a 5-year, $100 million deal. Heyman said the Cubs. It's the Padres, obviously. So 5 years, $100 million for Musgrove. The Padres just extended. But we all make mistakes. It's okay. You know what? He was probably tweeting about the Cubs and Yankees and just got the Cubs on his mind. That happens. Well, the only reason why I say that, Webbs, is because he's a pretty good prospect arm in the Yankee system, and who in the Mets system is really good with an arm in the top 10 of the Mets. You know, you can't really count on Matt Allen. Ziegler is top 10, but other than that, that's why I think Wazinski would probably be probably in the top 5 in the Mets system, just because he's a really good arm. Oh, I agree. I think the Mets system is. We can talk about it right now. Let's see. Let me see. Let me check the rank. This is as of. Let's see. Trying to find the most updated one. All right. This is for after the first half has ended. All right. So. It's kind of funny. I don't really like that. The Mets are not the 30th worst rank. That's retarded. Let's see. Hold on, guys. Just checking. Yeah, I mean, I think the Mets top 5 are better than the Yankees top 5. Honestly, the Mets have 5 top 100 in the MLB pipeline in the prospect list. and I think the Yankees have 3, so possibly 4. So the Mets are top heavy, that's for sure. All right. Yeah, guys. So exactly when it comes down to it, uh, if the Padres don't get Soto, they're probably the favorite to land Wilson Contreras and either Ian Happ or Robinson because they'll have the prospect pool that's better than the Mets. But again, if the Padres get Soto, the Mets are in the driver's seat for Wilson Contreras and Robinson. Yeah, the Mets were ranked 20th after the draft. Remember, the Mets had the number 1 draft class in the 2022 draft. So their 2 first-round picks are going to be in the Mets top 10 right away. So that's going to bolster up the Mets farm system for sure. They're probably in the top 15 now, considering that they had the top draft class in 2022. So there's a pretty good chance they're going to be ranked in the top 15 of the league in prospects. That's why when people talk about, I don't want to give up prospects, but Parada and Jet are both big-time college players who are going to run through the minor league system. Everybody loved Parada. The Nationals wanted Parada like no one else, but the Mets were able to get him before the Nationals did. Parada's on the fast track to the majors. Now, could the Mets use him in a deal? I don't know, but we'll see. But, next year, because you can't trade him in the same year that you traded, in the same, in the first couple of months that you drafted a player. But in the offseason, we'll see. Yeah, there's a pretty good chance with the draft class this year, the Mets could break the top 10. Especially if they find a way to keep most of the top 10 prospects and still make deals. Pretty good chance that the Mets can break the top 10. Joel, it's a possibility. We know the Phillies need rotation help. Because, again, I still never trusted Aaron Nola, and your ace is Zach Wheeler. So, it's the way I see it. Just checking. Sorry, guys. Some people are texting me all over the place. My friends love to text me all the deals that are happening. Yeah, again, the Mets are in on everybody. Brandon Drury makes sense as well. But I don't think it's going to be boring at all here. I think a lot of teams are just slowly waiting. Again, I think a lot of teams are just waiting for Juan Soto to get traded. And the reason why I say that is the fact that a lot of teams that might be in, like we'll go for the Padres, for example, who are the favorite to land Soto. If the Padres don't get Soto, they're looking at the Cubs and the Red Sox for Wilson Contreras and Vasquez. So that's why the Cubs aren't making, deciding to take the Mets deal or another team's deal, because they know that the Padres are a team that can give you a better package. But if the Padres get Soto, well, now their package is not going to be as good. So now the Cubs or the Red Sox are going to have to pivot to the Mets or another team that had a lesser package than the Padres, but probably the best they're going to get. So we'll see. It's all good, Joe. No problem. Well, Christian, we see that every year with a lot of players. So, but again, as long as the Parada and Jet are signed, I don't care. All right. Let's see. Hold on, guys. All right, John Heyman tweets. Teams are being told they have been eliminated from the Frankie Montas sweepstakes, suggesting a deal made because Yankees are among teams still in it. So there you go. So Frankie Montas, rumors heating up. Oakland has been telling teams they're eliminated. Yankees are still among the teams still involved. Again, I still think the Yankees are not going to get Montas. I think the Dodgers, the Braves, possibly the Phillies, possibly a team like the Astros, maybe even, let's see, Cardinals might be looking for that starting pitcher as well. We haven't really heard the teams that are necessarily involved, but we'll see. All right, what else? Let's see. So a little bit of news about Juan Soto trade. There is current pessimism among league execs regarding the possibility of Juan Soto getting dealt ahead of the Tuesday deadline at 6 p.m. So there you go. So Montez rumors heating up. Oakland's telling teams that they're eliminated. There's a couple of teams left. We don't know what are all the teams. The reporter brought up, John Heyman brought up the Yankees because, well, he's basically based in New York with that. So, that gets people burning inside of New York. So the Yankees are involved, but I don't think the Yankees are the favorite because it doesn't make sense because the teams that you can think that are involved are teams that probably can put a better package together to get Montas. Because if the Yankees aren't willing to, now they already gave their 7th prospect for a reliever. I doubt their top 3 prospects are going to be given away, or at least one of them, to get Montas. And I think that's what's going to take. There's going to be a team like the Cardinals, possibly the Padres, possibly the Dodgers, that are going to give a top 3 prospect. If the Yankees are not willing to give a top 3 prospect, they're going to lose out. Like I said earlier, guys, I think the Yankees are going to get Noah Syndergaard. Checking Twitter again. All right, just checking Twitter. Don't mind me. All right, cool. Cool. All right. So we are just waiting to see if the Frankie Montas move happens soon. Teams have been told they're eliminated. Yankees are involved, according to John Heyman, but John Heyman always puts the Yankees involved with everybody. So take that for what it's worth. Again, the trades that went down already today, nobody even rumored it. Like, nobody knew that the Yankees were going to trade for Efross, a reliever, and traded the number 7 prospect. It was Weneski. So, yeah, Jimmy, Wilmer Flores is on the market. Yeah, I mean, if the Mets go after Wilmer, I mean, it's okay, but I don't know. So just so everybody knows, if you're going to the Met game on Friday, I will be there. Blackout Friday, Max Scherzer free T-shirt, black shirt, given away. So if you're in the ballpark, I'll be in section 519 with a couple of people. So make sure you, if you want to say what's up, I'll be over there. Text me, comment on the video, whatever you got to do to get in touch with me. I'll say what's up and have a beer, have food, talk, whatever you got to do. Jonathan, what's up? Soto talk, the Padres are probably going to get him. So, and if the Padres don't get him, I doubt he's going to get traded. So, yeah, Peter, it's not worth to get Montez. To trade your prospects for that when he got a full rotation as it is, I don't think so. Jonathan, what do you think about Nathan Eovaldi to the Phillies? What do you think? Corbin's pitching tonight, Joe. Yeah, I think, again, if the Padres deal is not what the Nationals want, I think they're just going to hold him for the end until the end of the year. You probably have more teams involved in the offseason. Yeah, I don't think Soto's going to go to the Dodgers. The Cardinals are a possibility, but oh yeah, Nathan Eovaldi from the Red Sox. There was a little bit of talk about the Phillies might be looking at Nathan Eovaldi. Yeah, but Danny, you can read about any prospect and say that they're not, that they're good. Look, I don't think Vientos is bad. But I mean, I don't know. Again, so many people love Mark Vientos. If the Mets love him so much, why isn't he our everyday DH 6 weeks ago when JD Davis and Dominic Smith couldn't smell a fastball and couldn't even get a hit? The Mets would rather bring up Nick Plummer, trade for Vogelback, trade for Naquin, and still don't bring up Vientos. Guys, you got to think what the Mets are thinking. If the Mets had a need at the DH spot, and Vientos is raking in the minor leagues again and again and again. They started with Cano. They gave Dominic Smith a chance. They gave J.D. Davis a chance. When there was no more options, they brought up Nick Plummer. They occasionally gave Marte a DH spot, McNeil a DH try, Alonso a DH spot, Escobar a DH spot. You know why? Because I don't think the Mets favor Vientos as much as Met fans do or people around the league. Because there's no reason why Vientos shouldn't have been up a couple of weeks ago when this team was struggling for offense at the DH spot. You got to pay attention to the writing on the wall, guys. You have to. Stop hugging prospects because that is a loser mentality. I'm sorry. This team is good enough to win a World Series with a couple of added pieces. You're one of four teams, one of four of the best teams in baseball. You do everything you can to win a World Series. I'm not saying give up Beatty or Alvarez for rentals. If you're going to not make a trade for JD Martinez, who will be a good bat in this lineup, or a Wilson Contreras, and you don't want to make that trade for Mark Vientos better be freaking Juan Soto. Because if you don't make that deal, and somebody else gets JD Martinez in the National League, if the Padres lose out on Soto and they trade for Christian Vasquez and JD Martinez, and JD Martinez hits a big home run against you in the playoffs against the Mets, what are you going to say then? I'm glad we kept Mark Vientos. I'm sick and tired of hugging prospects. Because I can guarantee you, out of Alvarez, Beatty, Alex Ramirez, Ronnie Mauricio, and Mark Vientos, the Mets' top 5 prospects, you'll be lucky if 2 are very good. And that's a guarantee. Guarantee. Lasses Millage was number 1, number 2 ranked prospect for 2-3 years in the Mets system. What the hell did he do? Do you want to talk about Generation K? I'll talk about that. You want to talk about Pulsifer? Isringhausen. Yeah, he had a great career, but now at the Mets. Let's talk about Generation K. Stop talking about prospects. Vientos in mostly better farm systems would barely be in the top 10 in most farm systems that are good. So stop talking about Mark Vientos like he's freaking Miguel Cabrera, or even he's probably not going to be Alonso for that matter. He might even be better than Jeff McNeil or Brandon Nimmo. Stop it. Where are you playing Mark Vientos? If everybody loves him so much, where are you going to play him? Stop it. Just please stop it. We traded our number 1 prospect in Jared Kelenic in a stupid trade to get Edwin Diaz and Robinson Cano. The Mets took the money and gave out top prospect, which nobody does. But at this point, the Mets won the deal. You hear any Met fan talking about Jared Kelenic right now? Met fans were killing the Mets when they gave up Kelenic for Edwin Diaz. You don't do that for a closer. We all know that. But what Met fan is not bouncing to Blasto Jack's Narco during the 9th inning when Edwin Diaz is coming in? Everybody's bobbing their heads and bouncing up and down. So you don't hear Met fans talking about that now. Don't worry about prospects. I'm not saying to give Alvarez up for JD Martinez. I have to be smoking some good stuff to think that. I'm not even saying Beatty for Wilson Contreras. I'm not even talking about Mauricio for Contreras or Mauricio for Trey Mancini. I'm not even talking about Alex Ramirez for any of those guys. Mark Vientos, who has no position on his team, who the Mets still don't want to bring up as the DH, would rather trade for Vogelback and Nate Quinn and rather have Martinez, Mancini, Drury, Crone, any right-handed batter, but they still don't want to bring up Mark Vientos. Think of the reason why. Maybe the Mets don't think Vientos is as good as everybody wants to think. Think of that. Stop hugging the prospects. And you know what? The people that are talking about the prospects and don't want to trade Vientos, you remain on my channel throughout the years, or even later this year or next year, I have no problem calling you guys out. The same way I let you guys call me out, the same way I got called out when I didn't think Jeff McNeil was going to turn into the player he originally was. I let you guys kill me on that. But I don't let people get away the same way I wouldn't want you to let me get away with talk about prospects. If you ever hear me about keeping prospects, please unsubscribe. Please. Because if you're not in, we are fans. Why are we fans? Do we want to lose every year? We got the oldest team in the league. We barely have any pitching prospects. If you want to talk about prospects, I'd rather keep pitching arms than possible big bats in our farm system. Okay? I'm sick and tired of people like, oh, but you know, why are we getting rid of it? Why would you get rid of Vientos for a rental? Because we can win this year. I just don't understand. You know what? If you're a Mets fan and you're not willing to make that type of deal, then stop going to Citi Field. Don't spend your money. Don't turn on SNY. Don't turn on Pix 11. Don't turn on ESPN. Don't turn on Apple TV or Amazon Prime. Don't turn on any stupid channel. Peacock. Don't change. Don't even bother watching them. Turn off my channel now because you don't want to win. You have that Wilpon mentality, and it's sickening. Don't waste your time. Do something more productive. Read a book. Watch a movie. Watch Netflix that you're paying for. Watch Amazon if you're paying for. I'm sorry, guys. Stop hugging prospects. I'm just sorry. Everybody loves prospects. And let's be honest. Look at the guy across town who hugged prospects more than anybody else in Brian Cashman. Didn't want to trade Cliff Frazier for Garrett Cole. Didn't want to trade Andujar for Justin Verlander many years ago. Guess who got them? The Houston Astros. I know the Astros cheated, but it's not like the Yankees hit either. So pitching was a big deal. If the Yankees had Garrett Cole or Verlander in those series and the Astros didn't, pretty good chance the Yankees might have won that series, right? So Cashman hugging those prospects. Where is Florial, who the Yankees talked about for years? He's still in the minors. Andujar can't even get up at the major leagues. I'm sorry, guys. It's absolutely amazing. You know, we're talking. Some of you are talking about Vientos like he's going to be even a Brandon Nimmo. Do we really know that? And he's not a very good defensive player, by the way, if you pay attention to his defensive stats. He's not that good defensively. He's projected as a third baseman. But you got Brett Beatty. So where's Vientos playing? He don't play shortstop. So if the Mets were so serious about Vientos coming up in this system, put him at second base. That's probably his best shot. But they don't do that. They were trying him out in the outfield. Great. Another project in the outfield that we don't need in this major league level. And if he wanted to be a DH, why hasn't he been up for the last 5 weeks when the Mets needed the offense? You know why? Because the Mets don't value him like other teams do. And if other teams want to believe it, give him to him. Let them deal with them. We're probably not going to see him anyway. Do you really think the Dodgers give a damn what they gave up for Mookie Betts to the Red Sox? No. You think they cared what they gave up to the Nationals for Trey Turner? No. Because they better your team now. That's what matters. Because there's a pretty good chance that prospect is not going to pan out. Sorry. MB. I would like Contreras and Robinson deal, and I would also Martinez and Vasquez. Yeah, either one's good for me, honestly. You know, I would think Contreras, you might have to give up a tad bit more, but I take either one. Either package I'll be fine with. Mothman, he doesn't have to stay. I'm sorry, he doesn't. But why is Vientos the future? Beatty's the future. Alvarez is the future. Vientos is what? Our prospect DH? Because that's what he's going to be. Sorry. You know, great. When Vientos, Alvarez, Beatty, Mauricio come up in this team, right? That's what everybody seems to want, right? If you want these guys to come up, who's pitching for the Mets? Because I'm pretty sure DeGrom will be 36, 37 years old. Scherzer would be off this team. Carrasco will be off this team. I don't know if the Mets are going to sign Walker to a long-term deal. So McGill and Peterson are going to be a top two starters? Oh, great. So now we're going to be the Yankees. We're going to score a lot of runs, and when it comes down to it, can't pitch. I'm sorry. I'm not getting a player that can help me now for the possibility of Vientos being good. And he's probably not going to be better than Nimmo, probably not going to be better than McNeil, and damn sure not going to be better than Pete Alonso. So what's the point? And he has no position. He's never played second base before. He's played first base, played third base, and occasionally played the outfield, which that stopped really quickly, so he's not good at the outfield either. Do you want another project in the outfield? I don't. That's the reason why Dom hasn't played a day in left field this entire year, because he's not a left fielder. And Mark Vientos is not a reclamation project you want to throw in the outfield. Beatty's going to be playing third base. Alonso's playing first base. If you're going to hold on to a prospect for the possibility of him being a really good DH, which you could probably get anywhere else, to not get a bat that can help you now and win, you don't want to win. And I'm sorry. If you don't agree with that, you're just not paying attention to what this team's trying to do. This team is in full rebuild, win now mode. I'm sorry. They are. They're too old of a team to worry about next year or 2025. Sorry. Yeah, but Pete had a position. Pete was a first baseman. The Mets didn't have a first baseman. That's why it was easier to work with Pete Alonso. That was the reason why. And his bat played. And Pete Alonso was a first baseman. Pete Alonso didn't have nobody blocking him at the major league level or blocking him in the top prospect list. Vientos has multiple guys blocking him. So it just doesn't make sense. Pete Alonso is a bad example because Pete Alonso had nobody blocking him at first base. Dominic Smith was never the top prospect that they thought was going to be the everyday first baseman. He was just somewhat ready when the Mets had no other choice at first base. And Pete Alonso got better. Let's see. But they're not elite. They're a possibility of being elite, Mothman. That's the problem. That's where you're not understanding. We're not trading our future third baseman because Vientos is not going to be our future third baseman. Beatty is. If Vientos was a second base prospect, maybe I would be on board with you. Like, all right, I don't want to give up Vientos. McNeil can platoon around the whole, left field, right field, third base, everywhere, wherever you need McNeil to be. And you can put Vientos at second base. But there's nowhere to play him. I'm not holding on to a prospect to the possibility of him being an everyday DH when you can get an everyday DH anywhere. It's just not, it doesn't make sense to me. Well, the talent evaluators suck. Because how many talent evaluators love Laston's Millage? All right? Carlos Gomez. Jordani Valdespin. You want to keep going? We'll keep going. I can go all day about Mets prospects that never panned out. That was a can't miss. Fernando Martinez. Can't miss. 5'2" player. Barely stayed in the league. Stop it. Talent evaluators get paid the big bucks to be wrong. They're wrong 9 out of 10 times. When they're right? When they talk about Juan Soto, which is obvious. Bryce Harper, which is obvious. Who is the talent evaluator that said Jacob deGrom was going to be a Cy Young winner? Nobody. Stop it, guys. Stop it. Yeah, but Pat, that's fine. He's not having a big power year, but there's nobody the Mets are looking for the DH spot that has a big power year. Bell's not having a big power year. He's hitting more for average. Mancini's not having a big power year. He's hitting for average. So we're not getting any power at the DH spot. So it's going to be a player that is just a professional at bat, which the Mets have a lot of. Boogeyman, for the Mets to win a World Series, of course it's going to come down to that. Of course. But it never hurts. This team has not had any protection for Alonso all year. JD Martinez, either Wilson Contreras or Trey Mancini will provide better protection than Dominic Smith and JD Davis had done the entire year. And even Escobar, for that matter. Yeah, the Yankees got a reliever from the Cubs. Excuse me. So the Angels are deciding to keep Shohei Ohtani. The Red Sox are motivated to move JD Martinez, and the Mets remain in despite high ask. Per source, Slides have talked a lot these last 2 days, including this morning. Names have been exchanged, but unclear if an official offer has been extended. So that's getting heat up. Mets continue to be in on JD Davis. This is Andy Martino now and Christian Vasquez, but nothing is in. Yankees still very much after Montez. Whoa. Look at this crap. The Brewers are close to moving closer Josh Hader. Wow. That's crazy. That is insane. Why? They're going to make the playoffs. That don't make no sense. I honestly think Josh Hader does not want to be a Brewer, and I think he's made it known. That's crazy. Wow, that was not expected. The Padres are in the mix. Shoot, the Mets need to be in the mix. Now, let's talk about this. What about the Mets getting Hader? What would you give up for Josh Hader? He's under control. Clearly can be an eighth inning guy for us. Closing every now and then when Diaz is getting a break. Wow. That was not I don't know what everybody has to be shocked. The Padres seem like they're the favorite, but oh wow, the Padres just got Josh Hader. Wow. That is huge for the Padres. Huge. Wow. I mean, that Hader trade could possibly be the Chapman to the Cubs trade for the Padres. That is a big deal. So there goes the block. There's one blockbuster. That is a blockbuster trade, guys, for sure. Wow. That is insane. I imagine a haul. So there's a pretty good chance that the Padres are not getting Juan Soto because they probably have to give up a lot to get Hader. Hold on, guys. I'm just writing the report. Wow, that's shocking. That was not what I was expecting. All right, so I'm going to put that up there. All right, so guys, breaking news. Big move. The Brewers trade Josh Hader to the Padres. Don't know who's in the deal yet. Waiting for that info. Wow. That's amazing. That makes no sense on the Brewers' part, but that's a big move for the Padres. I don't know, Pete. I have no idea. Possibility that the Padres lost out on Soto. Maybe the Cardinals are getting him. Yep, I don't know, Mothman. Honestly, I mean, nobody. See, this is what I'm saying, guys. Nobody. Did anybody hear a rumor about Josh Hader possibly being moved or any rumors at all? Nothing. It just popped up out of nowhere. So teams are being very quiet with their moves now or possible rumors. So that's why when you hear certain things from reporters, it's kind of like, I don't know. Like, this came out of nowhere. But wow, the Padres got their closer. I know Hader's been not that good lately, but I honestly think Josh Hader's having a big issue with the front office of the Brewers. I don't think they're very Josh Hader's been having issues with the Brewers front office for a while. So, I mean, to trade him when you're in a playoff hunt, I don't know. I don't know. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, Jonathan, he just went to the Padres. That's insane. All right, so that 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. going live seems to be working a little bit. Got a Yankees move. Getting a reliever. Padres just got their closer in Josh Hader. Shohei Ohtani is not going to be moved. I'm thinking the Padres probably gave up a decent amount to get Hader. So a pretty good chance they're probably out on Soto. Maybe the Cardinals won that bid. We'll see. Let's see. Wow. Okay. Big haul back for Hader. They traded their closer, Taylor Rogers, Robert Gasser, Ustiri Ruiz, and right-handed pitcher Dinelson Lamet. Wow. Wow. That is a lot to give up. Wow. They gave up a lot. So they're probably out on Soto now, the Padres. Wow. But this is what Jeff Passan said. The Padres didn't give up any of their main prospects they've been talking about in a myriad of other deals. C.J. Abrams, Robert Hassel III, James Woods, Jackson Merrill, Mackenzie Gore, all those guys. So they still have a possibility of getting Soto. If they get Soto and Josh Hader, oh boy, that is, I don't know. Oh, I agree. I agree. You make that trade. And you got to remember, the Padres are in a division with the Dodgers. They got to beat them. They've been their little brother, so to speak, for a while now, so they got to get it done. Well, again, I think this is a win-win for both teams. Hato was a problem with the front office, with the Brewers. They wanted to get rid of him. And the Padres really didn't give up their big-name prospects that they're probably still going to have a possibility of getting Juan Soto. I wouldn't know what the Mets would have had to give up, honestly, if they tried for Josh Hader. But, let me see. Let me just check some. I just want to check the Padres prospect list. Okay, so they gave up. Yeah, but they did give up a lot. Let's see. Hold on. Give me a second. They gave up their closer, Taylor Rogers. Okay. Robert Gasser is their number 7 prospect. They gave up. Ustiri Ruiz, who is, I don't know where the hell he's a number 28 prospect. Let's see. Lamet, who is on the Padres. So 2 pieces on the major league level. They gave up their number 3 prospect in James Woods. Oh, no, excuse me. I'm sorry. They gave up Robert Gasser, who is their number 7 prospect. So the biggest prospect they gave was number 7. So, which is kind of funny because the Yankees gave up the number 7 prospect for Efross of the Cubs. So, that's crazy. Yeah, Lamet and Rogers. Look, they got professional. Look, what Lamet and Rogers does, it gives a solid closer to the Brewers. Not Hader, but Rogers is pretty good, and Lamet helps the Brewers as well, which was needed by them. So, again, the Brewers. I think the Brewers made well out of this. Honestly, obviously Hader's going to help the Padres, but I mean, I think it's a win-win for both teams. To be honest with you. Yep, I think that's what they're doing. Joe, I think they need a right-handed bat. Honestly, you can't go with 2 lefties at your DH and continue to roll out JD Davis. Yeah, I think Epler's just look. The Padres are clearly giving up prospects for closer and Hader. They're still they still got their big prospects ready to go for Soto. Again, like I said, if the Padres get Soto, the Mets are in the driver's seat for JD Martinez, Christian Vasquez, or Wilson Contreras, David Robinson, because there's not many teams that can put a better package together to get those guys, except for the Mets. Maybe another team here and there, but I think the Mets could be in the driver's seat. So, again, you don't want the Padres, who are in your league, to get that much stronger, but it will help the Mets in this spot. Well, Mothman, you're one of those prospect huggers. So, I mean, there's the problem right there. Again, the Brewers did give up their closer. I mean, the Padres gave up their closer and Lamet. So you're giving up 2 arms in your roster, major league roster. The Mets can't do that. And they gave the number 7 prospect, who is probably top 5 in the Mets system. So you have to think of that as well. Jolie Rodriguez. Once again, guys, breaking news. The Brewers traded Josh Hader to the Padres for number 7th ranked prospect Robert Gasser, a couple other minor leaguers, Esteury Ruiz, the 28th ranked prospect, Lamet, and Taylor Rogers, 2 arms in the major league roster for the Padres. So Andy Martino, take it for what it's worth. There's a lot of talk right now about the Yankees and Montas. No trade yet was the intriguing response of a well-connected source. Yankees close to a deal with Oakland for Montas, but again, it's Andy Martino. So, you know, Andy Martino is kind of a Yankee lover in my opinion, but we don't have to worry about that. Drew, I think it was a smart move by the Mariners. They're trying to make the players for the first time in 20 years. Got to do it. Yeah, exactly. Andy Martino is always he's a Yankee apologist and a Mets hater. He's always been that. But yet he's more of a Met reporter than a Yankee reporter. But he loves giving credit to the Yankees in certain deals. Again, I think it's a shot that the Yankees can get Montas. It's just a matter of what teams are willing to give up. So we're just waiting to see more and more. So we're here for another hour and a half, guys. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get the stream out to more baseball fans. And let's hang out a little bit more for this a little less than 25 hours until the trade deadline ends tomorrow at 6 p.m. I will be with you tomorrow at 10 a.m. Once again, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for the trade deadline special, just like we are right now. So hold on, guys. Just give me a second. Let's check in Twitter one more time. See what's going on. Seems like things are moving on really rather quickly. Hold on, guys. Just looking. Just checking. Just want to make sure I don't miss nothing. Excuse me. All right. So that's where we're at right now. So Yankees seem like the front runner for Frankie Montas. It could be close. There's no deal yet, but we're just waiting for that confirmation. There is a trade that probably shocked a lot of people. The Brewers trade Josh Hader for a number 7 prospect, a number 28 prospect, 2 arms from the Major League roster, Lamet and Rogers, and Hader's going to the Padres. So the Padres got their closer. They basically traded a closer for a closer. Frank, I guess they could have. I mean, I think they could have. I mean, if they would have thrown Ronnie Mauricio, I mean, but the problem is, what would they would have gave up on their Major League roster? That's the problem. Like, clearly, the Brewers wanted the closer coming back on the Major League roster. Taylor Rogers was expendable because they're getting Hader. The Mets are not trading Edwin Diaz for Hader. It doesn't make sense. So could they put a better prospect in? Maybe. But what else would they have been able to give? That's the problem. It's definitely going to get crazier. Well, aren't the Padres like 10 games out? Like, I doubt they're going to catch up to the Dodgers. Let's see. No, the Padres ain't coming back. They're 12 games out of first place. No freaking way. Yeah. The Dodgers have to collapse to lose a 12-game lead. It's not happening. Now, San Diego, they still got to fight for that number one wild card spot. That's really important. Right now, the Braves got it. They're a game and a half behind the Braves for the number one spot. And right now, the Phillies are the third team in the playoff wild card. So, you're going to try to, right now, if I'm not mistaken, the Mets and the Dodgers would have byes. Milwaukee would face Atlanta, and the Padres and the Phillies would face off, right? That's how it would work. I believe I'm not making a mistake. I could be. 3 teams in a wild card. 6 teams in total. 3 division, 3 wild card. Well, it would have to be Vientos and Dom for JD, Martinez, and you have to put Vientos and Dom in there. Yeah, I think Jonathan, your Phillies got to beat the Braves for us, man. Help us out. I still can't believe the Josh Hader move. I'm sorry. That's crazy. That's just crazy to me. Correct. That's it. Yes. Brewers would face Philly because they're the last wildcard team. Braves and Padres. Oh, that would be great. At least you get knocked one of those teams out if you're the Mets. One of those teams have to get knocked out. That's great. Keep it the way it is, guys. Robert, what's up, buddy? What about your Dodgers, man? What are they doing? Padres are getting better when the Dodgers are not really doing anything. What are you hearing on that West Coast, Robert? Come on, John. You got to help us out here, man. Hey, Jonathan, you want to hear this? All right, I'm big with the 7-line army and stuff, right? All right. So the 7 line's going out there on August 20th. They're going to the day game, even though it's a doubleheader. So this is from the Phillies organization that sent it to the 7-line owner. The Citizens Bank Park and the Phillies congratulate you on a ceremonial first pitch from one of your 7-line members. So there's going to be a Mets fan throwing out the first pitch for a ceremonial first pitch in Philadelphia. And they say Philly gear encouraged. Not happening. So there you go. Yeah, it could have been the budget too, Dwayne, with Hader, but I also think that Hader was having problems with the front office. And it could have been contract related or whatever, extension or whatever. I don't think he was very happy in Milwaukee, and I think the Brewers knew that. And that's why you heard rumors over the last year and a half about Hader possibly getting traded. So we'll see. But it's a great move for the Padres. Well, Jonathan, the Angels just said that Ohtani's not getting traded. So that's probably out. So if you're just tuning in, guys, welcome to Talking Mets with Rob. MLB Trade Deadline special one day before the MLB Trade Deadline tomorrow at 6 p.m. A couple of moves went down. The Yankees traded for Cubs reliever. No, not David Robertson. Scott Efross from the Cubs has multiple years left of control. Been very good for the Cubs this year, and the Yankees gave up their number 7 prospect in Wesniewski. to acquire a controllable bullpen arm that's been pretty good this year. Also, there's been rumors that the Yankees are one of the favorites to land Frankie Montas from the Oakland A's. That is developing. Also, the Mets are talking to the Boston Red Sox regarding Dominic Smith and a solid prospect for JD Martinez. No confirmation if Christian Vasquez is in that deal. The latest that we just found out, Brewers trade Josh Hader for a number 7 and number 28 prospect from the Padres system, and Lamet and Rogers, who was the closer for the Padres, going to the Brewers. So the Brewers end up pretty well here. They get a closer to fill that spot that Hader is gone from, and Lamet is a solid arm that can be used in the bullpen or in the rotation for the Padres. And, they get a number 7 prospect from the Padres who, if I'm not mistaken, could be in the top 5. I think somebody reported that right away the top 7 prospect that the Padres traded will be in the top 5 in the Brewers system. So good for them. I think it's a win-win for both teams. Both teams get a closer. The Brewers don't have to pay the arbitration from Hader next year, so that makes sense. Hey, listen, make the playoffs first, buddy. I don't want Drury. I really don't. I don't trust Drury. He's been good this year, but I don't trust him. All right, just checking Twitter really quick, guys. Once again, guys, I'm here with you until 3 o'clock today. If you're tuning in and you forgot to hit on that like button, please do. Let's get this stream out to more baseball fans who want to hang out with other baseball fans talking about the MLB trade deadline. We've had fans from all over the place, Dodgers, Cubs, Phillies, Braves fans, a couple of Yankee fans here and there. I'm not sure how Yankee fans are feeling in regards to what they traded for to get Efross, which, you never know how a guy's going to come to New York and be, honestly, but we'll have to wait and see. But I think the Yankees had to make a move like that. And a lot of people are saying that the Padres just made a move for a top closer. They're going all in. AJ Preller is going all in for the Padres. Pretty good chance they're going to land Soto. Oh, yeah. Honestly, Jonathan, I don't think Diaz is going to falter. There's something about him this year. Like, there was multiple times this year, like, that error that he made that could have ended the play against the Yankees, the double play in the 9th inning, and he bobbled the ball. And that could have, he usually implodes, and he did it. And it happened multiple times this year where he walked a few batters or a couple of hits, but he always found a way to get out of it. Again, it's not postseason, but I feel like Diaz figured it out. He always had the stuff. He just had to figure it out mentally. And I think mentally he's there. Hayden, where would Rodon go? Well, let's see. You're already minusing if the Yankees get Montas, so they're out on him. I think the Dodgers or the Cardinals, I think Rodon will land on. The problem with the Dodgers is, well, obvious. The Giants and the Dodgers are probably not going to make a trade, but the Dodgers need pitching. And I think Rodon would be perfect for them, but I don't think it's going to happen. So I could see him going to the Cardinals. Well, I'm not, I don't know. Would that make me feel good if the Mets get Carlos Rodon? No, because their rotation is fine. They've had the best ERA in the league over the last month. So I'm not worried about that. Yeah, and you give it to a top closer in Diaz. If he continues to play well, again, Diaz still has to prove it. Again, he's never been in the playoffs before. So, great. He's having a great season right now. There's still 60-something games to go in the season. Again, he can perform well the entire season. If he doesn't perform well in the playoffs, he's going to lose some money. But I think the Mets have no choice but to sign him. I mean, who's going to be their closer? So he's going to be a Met. I think you got to do something like the Yankees did with Chapman. What was it, like 4 years, 95 million or 100 million or something like that? I give him 4 years, 25 million per, 23, 24 million per. You have to. He's a top closer. You lose Diaz. Who's your closer? You don't have one. So worry about that. Yeah, exactly, Tanya. That's why it was a move that the Cubs were like, all right, we have control, but of that player, Efross, but you had to give up something. And, I'm surprised the Yankees gave up a top 10 prospect, but they did. And, they clearly are going to have to give up probably 2 top prospects for Montas. I just wonder who that is. Exactly, Donovan. Excuse me, guys. Let me just refresh Twitter to see what's going on. Excuse me. Alrighty. What do we have here? Still crazy that the Brewers traded Hader. You see, a lot of people are just shocked by the Brewers trading Hader. Okay. All right, so another one, MLB Marathon. He's been pretty good. That I follow. He had certain things. He had the Scherzer going to the Mets in the offseason. He was pretty good on that. Oh, JD, that's awesome, buddy. Yeah, you see, that's the problem I'm having, Hayden. And Andy Martino tweeted this, so take that with a grain of salt. I don't see the A's giving up Montas without getting Volpe or Dominguez. One of them. Not both of them. One of them. It makes no sense. Like, all right, maybe the A's might take Peraza, but you have to give something else. I just don't understand the A's doing that, because when the Braves traded for Matt Olson, they got a load back for him. So I don't see why the A's would be any less. Mothman, I know, because that's what the Yankees do. It seems like people are afraid to ask the Yankees for everything. But put it this way, if the A's don't get either Volpe, Peraza, or Dominguez, at least one of them, somebody's got to check with Oakland and see what the hell they're doing, because it makes no sense. All right. Yeah, I don't know if I want Judge. He's never going to have another year like this. And his other years is either injury prone and his rookie year. Well, Pat, it better be Peraza, because I'm telling you right now, if it's not Dominguez, Peraza, or Volpe, one of those, then somebody's got to check on what the hell's going on in Oakland, because that's not right. That don't make no sense. I mean, Montas is not a rental. You got an extra year of control, and you're not going to give 2 top prospects? I don't get that at all. That's why I still don't think Andy Martino's reporting's right, honestly. I don't think the Yankees are going to get him. I just don't. Can't wait for DeGrom tomorrow. Yeah, but Dwayne, Peraza is not enough. You can't just give Peraza. If you don't give another top 10 prospect, I don't understand how the A's would take that. That don't make no sense. It really doesn't. I mean, just think. For Chris Bassett, look what the Mets gave up. Put it that way. And some people consider Montas as the better pitcher, even though Chris Bassett had a better year than Montas last year. So put it that way. And Chris Bassett's a free agent after this year. So, the Mets gave up JT Ginn, who was a top 6 prospect in the Mets system, and Adam Aller, a top 20 prospect. So that was for Chris Bassett with 1 year, and he was a rental basically for 1 year. So with Montas, who is this year and next year controlled for the Yankees, don't you think you would have to give up two top 10 prospects, and Peraza has to be one of them, and maybe another top 10? You just gave your 7th-ranked prospect for a reliever. So, I honestly don't think the Yankees are a front runner. I don't believe Andy Martinez at all with that. So Minnesota Twins have also made an aggressive offer for Montas along with the Cardinals and Yankees. And there's the Yankees problem right there. The Twins farm system, their top 10 is better than the Yankees, and the Cardinals have a better farm system than the Yankees. So I don't think the Yankees are going to have the best offer, in my opinion. I honestly don't think so. Especially if the Cardinals lose out on Soto and Soto goes to the Padres, the Cardinals need pitching just as much as the Yankees do. Mothman, exactly. So the Twins, just like Seattle, was willing to give up their top prospect for Luis Castillo, why wouldn't the Cardinals or the Twins give up their top prospect, a better prospect than Peraza? Because the Yankees are not giving up Volpe. You give your number 1 prospect in a deal to the A's, you're automatically the front runner, not the Yankees. So, look, the Minnesota Twins, what is their biggest kryptonite? Trying to beat the Yankees in the playoffs, right? There's a pretty good chance they might face them at some point in the playoffs. If they do that, they need somebody to beat the Yankees. They need pitching. And that's what they need to do. And the Cardinals, they don't have much pitching. So, and the Cardinals and the Twins have better farm systems than the Yankees. And all the team has to do, remember, the Yankees were very much in on Luis Castillo, but the Mariners decided to give their number 1 prospect, and they won it over the Yankees. So, there's no reason why the Cardinals wouldn't give up a top number 1 prospect or the Minnesota Twins. And look what the Twins did. The Twins fleeced the Yankees. Says, okay, we'll give you Donaldson and IKF, and I'll take Gary Sanchez and Gio Urshela. And let's be honest, the Yankees are probably not getting the better deal out of that because Donaldson's washed up. IKF is good, but Gio Urshela and Gary Sanchez have been good for the Twins. And the Yankees the Twins were able to get the Yankees to pay Donaldson's contract, and they signed Correa by saving that money to get Correa. So the Yankees might want that player, and according to Andy Martino, who we all know is a Yankee apologist and a Met hater, he's always been that way. And let's be honest, he is a Wilpon puppet. He still works for SNY. I truly believe he is probably not going to go to the Yankees unless the Yankees give up Volpe. I'm sorry. It's just not going to happen. Yep, I'll sign up for it 100%. But I don't even think you have to give up Davis, honestly. I don't think so. But I do it. I'll tell you, I do it. All right. So just waiting on some news. See what's going on. What else we got? Just looking at Twitter, guys. Don't mind me. It's a lot of talking today. Yeah, see, somebody made a good point. So, hold on one second, guys. I just want to see something. I saw something from the St. Louis Cardinals beat reporter. Just give me a second. I want to find his name. Okay, Derek Gould. Gould. Whatever. He said this. The St. Louis Cardinals are aggressively looking for starting pitching. They're in on Soto, but they believe that their offense is good enough where they want to focus their additions by getting a starting pitcher, and Montez is on the top of their list. So there you go. Where'd you see that, Dwayne? And somebody put up, the trade valuation where they rank it. So the Brewers get Gasser, Lamet, Rogers, and Ruiz, a total value of 6.60, and Hader is 15.50. So that's why it's kind of funny how like the Mets couldn't do something like that, So the Rays made a trade. They traded the Dodgers traded Garrett Clevenger to the Rays, bolstering their bullpen. Mostly at AAA this year, though. So far, the big news is the Brewers trade Josh Hader to the Padres for a couple of prospects and their closer Taylor Rogers and Lamet. And once again, guys, about Ohtani. Angels have decided to keep Shohei Ohtani. Yankees among teams made an offer, but Ohtani will stay. Again, if there was an offer out there that the Angels couldn't pass up, they would have traded them, but they're not happening. Okay, Dwayne, thank you. I'm checking it out now. I think Mancini's going to get traded. I don't know where, but all right. So MLB Marathon. Montas to Yankees is close but not complete. Final details being worked out as previously stated. Oswaldo Peraza and other prospects heading back to the Athletic if the deal is finalized. Cardinals, as of 30 minutes ago, were still in as of 30 minutes ago. Unclear if they will go up their offer or not. So that is interesting as well. Mancini to Mets. Let's see. All right, guys, just checking something to make sure. All right, guys. So, all right. Excuse me. Well, Dwayne, again, they're still in it. It's a matter of, are they going to up their offer a little bit? All they have to do is probably give their number one prospect, and they'll probably get it done. I agree, Hauser, and that's why I said it with any trade. Like, just because a team might, like the Mets might might want to keep Vientos, but other teams want him. Maybe the Padres loved the Padres number 7 prospect, but didn't like Mauricio. It's a possibility. It's what they need. Why do the Padres need Mauricio? They got Fernando Tatis Jr. for 100 years. You know what I'm saying? So, it's just a matter of the Padres. Look, the Padres got 2 arms on the major league level. The Mets couldn't do that. So, I agree with you, Hauser. It's not just what the Mets could have gave up. It's what the Padres wanted, just like any other team. There's a reason why the Red Sox and the Mets are rumored so much, because they're a perfect fit. The Red Sox love Dominic Smith. The Red Sox love Mark Vientos. That's why they're a fit. Not because the Mets want to trade them, because the Red Sox like them. That's why. Or there would be no conversation. So it's important to realize what the other team wants. Again, it's not like the team that's going to X what they want, they'll get. But, the Brewers were never really in a position to put pressure on the trade hater. They didn't have to. But they like what they saw. They think Rogers might play well in their Central. They liked him. They get a possible bullpen or starter in Lamet, which should help them. And now the Padres' 7th-ranked prospect is their number 5 prospect now in their system. And the Padres' 28th prospect that they traded is now in their top 20 in their farm system now. So it bolsters their farm system. It gives them 2 arms in the major league level. The Mets could not match that. It's just nearly impossible. Unless they drastically overpaid. Yeah, but New York, you got to understand. Vientos plays first base as well. And as much as Devers is possibly a long-term option for the Red Sox, there's no guarantee he's going to sign with the Red Sox. So, the report was the Red Sox and the Mets are talking about Dominic Smith and a solid prospect going back to the Red Sox for JD Martinez and possibly Christian Vasquez. I wasn't saying it's Vientos, but it might be a possibility. It might be a lower level prospect. That wouldn't make sense to me for the Red Sox, but who knows? But Vientos could also be a backup plan if Devers doesn't sign with the Red Sox. There's no guarantee he's going to get extended. Maltman, I wish, but that's way too little. So I'm going to refresh Twitter again because it seems like things are once again, Jack Ramsey, the Red Sox are motivated to move JD Martinez. The Mets are remaining despite the high asking price size. I've talked a lot the last 2 days. I think I said that, but people are retweeting it. Let's see. Any more news? I'm just on my tablet right now, guys, just checking, just in case. All right, so not much going on except for what we just already heard. So I'll keep you updated again. Once again, guys, it's 2 o'clock. We've got 1 more hour for this MLB Trade Deadline special till 3 p.m. For you Met fans that are in the stream right now, I'm not doing the game tonight. Again, I've been under the weather, and I've been with friends that came out of town and I haven't seen for many years to hang out with the last couple of days. Kind of got under the weather, not COVID, just, a little cold, sore throat and all that. So I've been, antiseptic spray, Vicks spray, and taking medicine. So I'm a little drowsy, a little woozy. Sorry if my voice is crackling. So it's kind of, my voice is on my last breath right now. So I probably have no voice by the time the Met game starts. So, but I will be doing the game tomorrow for Jacob deGrom's return. So there we go. Just want to let you guys know that. If you were wondering if I was doing the stream tonight for the game, I am not. So let's go over what has happened today for everybody to know. 2 big trades. One earlier, about an hour ago, the Yankees traded for Scott Efross, the reliever for the Cubs, who has 5 controllable years left and is going to be a nice addition, who pitched very well this year. Nice addition to the Yankees bullpen. For the number 7th prospect in the Yankee system, Wesneski. So that is the one big move that has gone today. The next move that I think everybody was shocked about, Josh Hader to the Padres for the number 7th, number 28th prospect in the Padres system, and Jason Lamet and Taylor Rogers, the closer of the Padres, going to the Milwaukee Brewers. So that was something that nobody thought was going to happen, and it happened. And big news for the Padres is that they were able to keep the majority of their top prospects that they can use in a Juan Soto trade. So they're not out on Juan Soto either. Todd, they are close to Montas, but the Cardinals are also in on Montas as well. It's down to those 2 teams, the last I heard. And that's why I keep on refreshing Twitter. Once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Got about an hour to go until the stream is over. And if there's any breaking news regarding the Mets, either I'll pop on live or I will pop on a YouTube short to break those news and talk about it for a second. So interesting what the Brewers are doing. The Brewers also made catcher Omar Narvaez and second baseman Colton Wong available, as well as Josh Hader 3 weeks ago. That's crazy. A first place team, basically. I don't know. I don't know what the hell the Brewers are doing. Just looking at Twitter, see if anything popped up once again. You never know. Michael Marino says the Mets checked in on Brewers catcher Omar Narvaez, who is not that good of a bat, but very good defensively. He's making $5 million this year and is a rental. But the Mets are more focused on Christian Vasquez. So there you go right there with the Mets news. All right, cool. Probably not because he's under control. Yeah, see, I don't like the Mets just getting a defensive catcher. Like, Jason McCann and Nito are good defensive catchers. We don't need that. We need a bat. Wolfman, 100% agree. I think that's exactly what's going to happen. Just like every other Mets move over the last year and a half. Ooh, Mothman, you got me going. Salvador Perez? Put it this way. Me and Vientos will have a nice conversation in Kansas City in the car. I do that in a heartbeat. But I don't know if the Royals want to get rid of Perez. That would be, you'll solve the catching offensive problem for sure, and he's a really good defender. So, he's up there in age, but who cares? He's so good. You saw that big home run he hit? Well, not big, but like the 3-run homer he hit against the Yankees yesterday? Yeah, I'll take him. I don't know if the Royals would do that, though. Yeah, in my opinion, guys, and I know Mothman just said it, the Mets are going to make a move that nobody expected. And it's probably going to be a pretty good move. Everybody's talking about, JD Martinez and Contreras. They might go outside the box and just fool everybody. So if you guys didn't know, the Mets are playing the Nationals tonight. Max Scherzer is on the mound against Patrick Corbin. And then we got our boy Jacob deGrom back for his first start of the year against Washington. And I will be doing a stream tomorrow. I think it'd take more to get Perez, though, in my opinion. Just looking at Salvador Perez for a second. So he's 32 years old. He's not that old, but he's still got 1, 2, 3, 4 more years on his deal until the age of 36. 20 million next year, 20 million in 2024, 22 million in 2025, and then he has a club option with a $2 million buyout in 2026. So I'd take him in a heartbeat, honestly. Let's see. He's not batting well at all. He's batting 209, 13 home runs. So you basically get in yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he had 48 home runs last year. I don't know. I think he was hurt this year a little bit, but his average is down. His home runs are down. So I don't know. Steven probably 65 to 70 pitches for the ground. All right. Go back to Twitter. All right. Now I'm on my phone. Oh, boy. Let's see. Yep, I don't see nothing of importance except for what we've been talking about. All right, cool. Let's see what else you guys are saying in the comments. Well, Rocky, he has to stay healthy, so be considered that. Yeah, I know people have been talking about that. McNeil possibly be trading. I'd be stunned if the Mets did that. Well, he has back issues for like the last 5 years, but with that back issue, he's still been a very clutch hitter and a very good hitter. So I'm not too worried about that. And again, keep him healthy for 3 months. That's all I care about. Yeah, I don't think McNeil is going to be in a trade. Unless it's something like big blockbuster, and that's the only way to get the deal done, and it's a big time bet. Then yeah. But other than that, I don't think the Mets are going to do that. So let's see on the sides where the Mets rumors, which the Mets didn't do nothing yet, so can't cross that out. Yankees and Montas, that's a possibility. Padres and Soto still possibly happening. Padres just got Josh Hader. Braves got an infielder in Arenaza from where the hell did they get him from? The Nationals. The Giants are sellers, so Rodon Flores is possibly an option. Dodgers are looking into starting pitching. They didn't sound like they're in on Montas, but we'll see. At the moment, Frankie Montas rumors the Yankees and the Cardinals seem like they're the finalists. Just waiting to find that out, see what goes on from there. But we haven't heard nothing yet. I'll just keep on refreshing Twitter. Let's see. Again, you don't hear a lot of news about rumors about the Mets because the Mets have been very quiet with what's been going on. So whatever's leaking in the regards with the Mets have become from other teams. So that's why a lot of these reports are just weird when it comes down to it. All right. Ethan, if they don't do anything, I think they're in trouble. That's my opinion. The deadline tomorrow is at 6 p.m., which is very interesting because that's right before the Met game starts, an hour before. So, and I don't know if they do this, but they do it during the trade deadline most of the times where everybody plays the same time. I don't know if that's true or not. Let me see. No, they don't. Okay. So yeah. Draft signings. That I'm not sure. I think it's soon though. Not 100% sure on that. Todd. MLB The Show 22. Yankees acquired the reliever Scott Efross, young reliever under control for a couple of years for number 7 prospect in Yankee system, Wisniewski. And Josh Hader got traded to the Padres for multiple prospects. And Taylor Rogers, the closer of the Padres, going to the Brewers, and Jason Lamet. I think Jason Lamet. Yeah, Lamet's going to the Padres. I mean, the Brewers, excuse me. So that is the biggest trade so far. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. I don't know what David. I think David Stern's looking to be the president of the Mets next year. That's why he don't care. Oh, sorry, guys. Just checking really quick. Once again, the Athletic reported JD Martinez to the Mets for Dom Smith and a solid prospect. So that's another reporter that brought that out there. All right. So those are the biggest move today was Padres trade for Josh Hader. Padres trade their closer, a couple of prospects, and Lamet. The Mets are kind of hanging in the wind here, talking to multiple teams. I think Soto's still going to the Padres. They didn't give up a lot of their top prospects, so they got an opportunity to get Soto as well. So, but don't worry, guys. The Mets are going to do something. Don't worry. Again, the teams that the Mets are looking at for players, if those teams got other offers from teams that they like, they would have traded those players already. There's a reason why the Mets are not losing out on these players, because there's not a lot of teams in on those players. There's one or two teams that I don't think are going to give more than the Mets, and that's why I think Epler's waiting, and I like that. Markman, not yet. Not yet. I agree, Ethan. I'm one of those guys. They're not going to stand still. I believe they're going to get one of the bats available, right-handed bats. That's Martinez, Contreras, Mancini, and they're going to get 2 bullpen arms. They're definitely going to get 1 lefty and probably another righty, and I'll be okay with that. Just refreshing again. We got a half hour left. All right. Well, slow down just a tad after the hater news. Geraldo, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, I don't think Sandy has anything to do with this, honestly. I just think Epler is the type of guy who is aggressive, but is not going to be stupid about it either. Well, I think the Cardinals are in on Montez, and if the Yankees would have gave the best offer already, he'd probably be a Yankee already. But I think the Cardinals are still in it. Just about JD Martinez, Geraldo. The Mets are talking to Boston. Yeah, we can't let the Braves get him. Can't. Not a bat that we were trying to get. It seemed like the entire year. So. Once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button if you're just tuning in. Be with you until 3 o'clock today, a 5-hour special here on the day before the MLB trade deadline. That is tomorrow at 6 p.m. And yes, I'll be on tomorrow from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. for the last day of the trade deadline. And then I will also be on. I'm going to come on at 6 o'clock for the Mets pregame. So the deadline will be over by 6 o'clock. So all the moves will be done. And we'll talk about that right in leading up to the Mets game where DeGrom is making his first start of the season in Washington. All right. One more time for Twitter. IB the Gambler, who has 156,000 followers. Strong offer on the table from the St. Louis Cardinals for Soto. As of now, they have the best package if the Nationals want players that can play in majors. Let's see what else we got. All right. Oh, wait. I think I saw John Mauricio tweet. All right. Cool. Ian Happ. I could have seen him going to the Cardinals, but I don't know if that's going to happen anymore. The Braves are a possibility for Ian Happ. That would be very annoying as a Mets fan. that would be a good option for Atlanta. That basically replaces Adam Duvall, so that would make sense for them. Yeah, Geraldo, they look pretty good, but they look pretty good when everybody's hitting and when they're hot. When they're not hot, they can't hit multiple hits together. That's the biggest problem. And again, why would Vientos be called up now and they use him when they could have used him 5 weeks ago and they never brought him up? You got to look at that. JD Martinez is a rental. Well, I don't necessarily have them in that order, but they're all the same for sure. Well, Jesse, I mean, you can't just make moves and unnecessary moves just to keep every player that you don't want the Braves to get. It doesn't work like that. If both teams are in on JD Martinez, all right, I can see the Mets trying to get JD Martinez. But, you can't get everybody that they want. So, look, better your team and you worry about your team. And just beat the Braves when you have to. That's basically it. Well, Maddox, what's up, buddy? All right. So there was some speculation that the Red Sox are asking for Jeff McNeil in the trade, but that's not going to happen. Okay. Nope. According to the Angels, Shohei Ohtani is staying with the Angels. He'll probably get traded during the offseason. Rocky, okay, yeah. But again, I mean, that doesn't better you don't know. I mean, there's no guarantee of that. The Mets clearly have a couple holes, and they need to do it. Well, it's not like Chaim Bloom shouldn't ask. He's going to ask. But, Epler's not stupid, so. Oh, yeah, Jock Peterson, I think he might go to the Braves if the possibility. There you go. Now you got an MLB. Yeah, Jock Peterson, possibility. They talked about him going to the Braves, coming back home to the Braves, which would be very interesting. Clayton, yeah. I mean, they're one of the top 4 teams in the league the entire year. That was without 7 weeks of Scherzer and the entire season of Jacob deGrom. And they had Trevor Williams starting for 7 weeks along with David Peterson and lost Tyler Mayo in the process. And didn't have Jeff McNeil and Starlin Marte in the Dodgers series. Yeah, they're definitely making a World Series push. But they need to bolster their bullpen. They need to get another right-handed bat. If they do that, they're in good shape. Yeah, well, Max, I think the Red Sox are a little bit more willing to do a deal with the Mets than the Cubs are. I think the Cubs are very unrealistic about their asking price for 2 rentals, even though Contreras is very good. The Mets don't need a catcher. As much as people think they do, they don't. They do need a DH, a right-handed DH. The Astros, I think they're the best team in baseball. Until they're proven out, until somebody beats them, I think they're the best team in baseball. Pap, 100%. Either one and two relievers. Well, Ralph, yeah, again, they're good right now, but there was a 4 or 5 week span where 2 or 3 of the guys were in slumps and they couldn't knock 3, 4, 5 hits together in a row to score runs. When everybody's hot, they look like the best team in baseball. You know, when Marte's hitting, McNeil's hitting, Nimmo's hitting, Lindor's hitting, Alonso's hitting, Cannon's hitting, yeah, you can knock 3, 4, 5, 6 hits together in an inning. But when you have trouble getting base hits and you're struggling, the Mets don't have that power bat where it can just connect on one pitch and hit a 3-run homer. The Mets don't have a lot of those, except for Alonso. So I honestly think that the Mets need a DH, a right-handed bat. Yeah, but Landon, why do you concern yourself about the offensive part of the catches we have? You know why? Because the Mets had no DH all year. Escobar's been terrible, right? If the DH was performing well offensively and Escobar was doing what he was supposed to be doing, what we expected him to do, nobody would care about the offensive. 28 other teams in the league have terrible offensive catchers. You're not going to win by having an offensive catcher. That's not the end-all be-all to win a World Series. Pitching, and clutch hitting. That's it. Like, the Astros won a World Series with Maldonado as their catcher. I mean, the Red Sox had Christian Vasquez. I mean, who's the Dodgers catcher? Will Smith, who's okay. He's good, but he's not great. I mean, you have to – it's not – I'd rather have a great defensive catcher than worrying about the catcher's offense when you can use other positions to better the offense. You won't have to worry about the catcher. Your catcher should be batting ninth anyway. Most of the catchers do in the league. Like, I'm sorry. It doesn't make sense, Landon. Everybody's focused on the offensive part of the catcher because the two spots where we need the offense coming from, third base and DH, has not performed. If they were, nobody would give a damn about the catcher situation because our pitching staff loves our catchers. Don't want to mess with a rotation that's been the best in the league over the last month, has an under 2 ERA. That's what you have to deal with. So the catching position is not the issue. The issue is DH. The issue was third base with Escobar. No, Joe. I'm going to do the 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., take a little break, and then come back on at 6 o'clock for Mets pregame and talk about all the trades that went down and then watch the ground start. Josh Hader went to the Padres. Drury and Massini doesn't make sense to get both of them. You only need one. No, it's okay. Landon, hey, it's your opinion, buddy. I appreciate opinions. Just because I don't agree doesn't mean nothing. Thank you, bro. I don't know. What do you think about that bullpen arm you just got? You had to give up your number 7 prospect. I don't know. It's kind of, he has control, so that's good, bro. Exactly, Christian. 100% agree. I honestly think you want to catch it nowadays. Back 10, even 15 years ago, your catcher was a power hitter mostly. So that was understandable. But nowadays, you don't need an offensive catcher. You need a catcher who is very good behind the plate, who is really good with a pitching staff, and we got that. And we're lucky that we have a backup catcher in Nito who is very good defensively, who the pitching staff likes to pitch to. And as much as James McCann sucks offensively, he's very good defensively. And as much as Lando, when you talked about our catching situation, Nino has been our best average hitter with runners in scoring position this year, and he's our backup catcher. He's hitting 335 with runners in scoring position this year, and that's your backup catcher. They're not that bad. I agree, bro. Look, was it a little steep to give you a seventh ranked prospect? Yeah, of course. But the only way this deal looks good is if you get Montez, in my opinion. When it comes to the Yankees, if you don't get Montez, well, that's troubling. Because the Yankees have too many injuries and bullpen injuries that they needed to do that. Cashman probably didn't want to give up that prospect, but you got 5 years of control, and he's a very good reliever. Again, who knows what they're going to do in New York? You just never know. He is pitching in Chicago with the Cubs, so he could be. He is going to American League, who bashes. So we'll see. All right, so Ken Rosenthal reports the Mets and the White Sox are among the teams looking to add Andrew Chafin from the Tigers. Both teams are interested. Chafin is owed $6 million salary this season and $7 million next season. So let's hope the Mets find a way to get Chafin. I think that's an important move for the Mets. Once again, guys, got about 20 minutes until the stream is done. Thank you for tuning in to MLB Trade Deadline special right here on Talking Mets at Rob. I appreciate everybody who is not just a Met fan and a fan of other teams who took the time to talk baseball and talk about their team in regards to trade deadline and what their team can possibly do. Clayton, yes, he is. Exactly, Christian. Great. Wilson Contreras was a bopper, but nobody wanted to be. Look, just look at the Yankees. Gary Sanchez, when he was hitting all over the place, the Yankees dealt with his catching. But as soon as he stopped hitting, they didn't want to deal with his catching because the pitchers didn't want to pitch to him. Higashioka was catching every day. And that was the Yankees' one of the top prospects in Gary Sanchez. So if you have a really good defensive catcher, you can deal with your offense as long as you got other pieces around them that you don't have to worry about. I think you're going to hear something probably around right before the Mets game. The Mets are going to make a trade for a reliever, in my opinion. Yeah, that's true. I think Tim Munson was pretty damn good, but yeah, when Tim Munson went to the Braves, that was big. I think Montez will be fine. The problem is that you're probably going to have to give two of your top 10 prospects. It's probably going to be Peraza and probably, I don't think Dominguez. I don't think you got to go that far. But maybe Waldichuk. I'm not 100% sure on the rest of the Yankees prospects. I know about Dominguez and Volpe, but I don't think they're going to be in the trade. But you're going to have to give two top 10 prospects for sure. If Cashman's willing to do that, then you might be able to get him. Because the Cardinals are in on him for sure. Bro, BFFs. Rather, how many Mets hats do I have? Jeez. Let's see. They're all over my wall. Got them everywhere. I probably got about 60 hats, probably. Some I probably never wear because they're probably like some of them I used to play. I used to play some baseball, so they got a lot of dirt marks on them. But yeah, I have about 60 hats, probably more hanging around somewhere. Clayton, sure. MVP, I think it's very obvious. America, well, at least I hope it's very obvious. Aaron Judge should be the AL MVP. If Ohtani wins that, Yankee fans should revolt and go after all the writers. But I think Aaron Judge is going to win the MVP in the AL. In the National League, I still think that it's between Pete Alonso and Paul Goldschmidt. I would give the nod to Goldschmidt right now, but I honestly think if you look at the overall numbers, Pete Alonso's having a better year than Paul Goldschmidt, except for the power. I think Goldschmidt has a couple of more home runs, but average and RBIs, Alonso leads 2 out of the 3 big stats. So if Pete can continue to keep his average up and his RBI is better than Goldschmidt, I think he can have 2 New York MVPs for the season. That would be cool. Just looking at your and playoff prediction, it's hard to pick that as of yet. You know, I did have again. You see, I don't want to bring my Mets bias out because the Mets are the 4 best teams in the league, other than the Dodgers, Astros, and Yankees. So they're number 2 in the National League. So why wouldn't I think the Mets wouldn't have a chance to make the World Series, right? It's hard. I don't see the problem with the American League is that it's the Yankees or the Astros. Pick one, you know. Either team I think can, you know, the Astros have the Yankees number, but what does that really mean, right? That'll mean nothing until you play this year. You know, a lot of people talk about the Subway Series. That would be interesting. But I think if the Mets make the moves I expect them to make, I think the Mets can make the World Series. And the Yankees, again, until the Yankees prove it, I do have to say the Astros. Because the Yankees haven't shown to beat the Astros. So I would say Mets-Astros World Series. I mean, I'm only doing that because I'm going to be a little biased here for the Mets. Because I think the Mets can beat the Dodgers because of their pitching staff. If DeGrom is healthy, even without DeGrom, the Mets pitching staff is probably one of the best in the league. And they could stop really good hitting. And that's why I think the Mets have a better chance than anybody in the National League to make the World Series. Is that going to be enough, though? I mean, that's pretty good. I think that's reasonable, but it's a matter of what the Cardinals give. If the Cardinals give any one of their 1 or 2 prospects, their number 1 prospect or number 2, I think you're going to lose out. I mean, that's a pretty good deal. See, that's a reasonable deal. You know, Andujar can go to the A's right away and play. Peraza could be up next year or possibly this year. Trey Sweeney's about a year and a half away. And Florial probably could play center field for the A's tomorrow. So, you know, you're getting possibly 3 players that could be in the Major League roster already. And Peraza, you know, by next year, all of them could probably be up. So that would be that's a good deal. I think the A's could do. I don't know if the Cashman would do that, but we'll see. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Goldschmidt has been great this year. But take Goldschmidt off of the Cardinals, they'll probably be where they are right now. You take Pete Alonso off the Mets are probably in second place trying to fight for a wild card spot. So that's the way I look at MVPs. You take Judge off the Yankees are probably not the best team in baseball at all. They'll be probably on the fringe of making the playoffs probably because who else do they really have that has been dominating in the sport? So, yeah, Iglesias is going to cost you a lot because he's under control. Aaron Loop is a possibility. You know, he's a very good Met, but we'll see. I think Chafin's going to be the top move for the Mets reliever-wise. Yeah, Pete. See, I kind of give it's very tough. Right now, I think it's neck and neck with Goldie and Alonso because they both had great years. You know, I think you probably have to give up somebody probably better. But yeah, you know, it's possible. Again, if it's tough because we don't know what the Cardinals are willing to give up. So nothing big here, but the Royals have announced they have acquired left-handed pitcher Anthony Misowitz from the Mariners for cash considerations. Nothing big. I know this ain't a big concern to a lot of people, but it could be concerned with any team that acquires Andrew Chafin. He's not vaccinated, so you do have to look at. I mean, most of the U.S., everywhere in the U.S. you can play. It's not that of an issue, but if somehow the Toronto Blue Jays make the World Series and the Mets or whoever gets Andrew Chafin is going to face the Blue Jays in a World Series, you're going to lose one of your better arms in your bullpen. So that's worrisome. That's what you have to worry about as well. And you see, Brew, that's the problem when it comes to the Yankees issue. If they're not willing to give up Volpe, they're probably not going to get that trade done. If the Cardinals only have to offer their number 2 prospect and anything else in their top 10, which is ranked around the same as the Yankees' top 6 prospect. If they give a number 2 or a number 1, he's going to the Cardinals. And that's why I don't think the deal is done yet, because I think the Cardinals are still trying to get him and trying to maneuver or maybe looking to add their number 1 and number 2 prospect for Montez. Yeah, that would have been interesting, Christian. So, guys, I got about 15 minutes left, so get all your information, all your comments in now. Going to continue to refresh Twitter. Again, there was a couple of trades. Yankees trade their number 7 prospect, Winiski, to the Cubs for Scott Efross, who is a reliever who's pitched well for the Cubs and has 5 years of control. That's why they gave up a top 10 prospect in return. Also, the other big trade was the Brewers trade Josh Hader to the Padres for number 7 and number 28 prospect, Jason Lamet, and the closer for the Padres, Taylor Rogers, going back to the Brewers. So it's kind of a win-win for both teams. Rogers is a good closer. He struggled this year with the Padres, but he'll be fine with the Brewers. I mean, I wanted the Mets to get Taylor Rogers in the offseason, but we'll see. Mike, I think everybody will be happy with that. Every fan of Devils teams. I don't think the Dodgers are in on Soto. I think Soto's probably going to go to the Padres or the Cardinals. Contreras to Strohs makes sense. Yankees Montez, obviously, with Robinson is a possibility. I don't know if Robinson's on the table for the Yankees anymore since they just made a trade for Scott Efross, who is the right-handed arm from the Cubs. And if the Mets get JD, Vasquez, Fulmer, and Chafin, I'm a happy fan. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think the Mets are really concerned about Andrew Chafin being unvaccinated. No, Mike, that's fine. That's your opinion. That's cool. I don't know. We'll see. You never know. Hader had a bad month of July, so, and I think the Brewers are fed up with Hader and his attitude, because I think he wanted an extension, and the front office didn't want to give it to him. So I think he's been a disgruntled player this year, and I think it caused the Brewers to trade him. Said, all right, get the hell out of here. All right, guys, 10 minutes to go. Excuse me. So once again, guys, if you're just tuning in, I will not be doing the live stream tonight for the Mets game. I'm under the weather. I'm a little woozy. I got a sore throat. Voice is crackling, so I didn't want to overdo it tonight, even though I wanted to do a live stream, come back in a couple of hours for the Mets pregame into the Mets game. But I'm definitely going to do 10 a.m. to 3 tomorrow for a trade deadline day special like today, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., and then 6 o'clock, right when the deadline ends, to do a Mets pregame, talk about all the trades. Hopefully the Mets made a couple of trades, and we'll talk about that leading into DeGrom's first start in Washington against the Nationals. So hopefully you guys tune into that and have fun. Again, Yankees got Scott Efross, reliever, multiple years left of control for number 7 ranked prospect Weneski. Josh Hader traded to the Padres for multiple prospects, Taylor Rogers and Lamet. That's the 2 big trades today that have gone down. Josh Hader was a huge trade that nobody expected with the first place team in the Brewers. What are the Brewers thinking? No idea. But that's why we love baseball, because it's unpredictable. Well, yeah, I think the Padres are going to make the playoffs. It's just, they're not catching the Dodgers. They're 12 games out. So it's just all about, positioning yourself for the playoffs, basically. We're what? They got like 67, 68 games to go. So that's where it is right now. So for all you Met fans, the lineup just came out for the Mets in Washington with Scherzer on the mound. Brandon Nimmo leading off, playing center field. Starlin Marte right field, batting second. Francisco Lindor third, playing shortstop. Pete Alonso playing first base, cleaning up. J.D. Davis getting a start at DH. He crushes Patrick Corbin. That's why he's in the lineup. Mark Hanna batting 6, playing left field. Eduardo Escobar batting 7, playing third base. Jeff McNeil 8, batting 8, playing second. And Tomas Nido catching, batting 9th. So if McNeil was in a possible trade, or possibly rumored to be in a trade, he would be in a lineup tonight. So everybody who you expect to be on this team after the deadline is in the lineup. I even think J.D. Davis is going to find a way to still be on this team. So pretty good chance that McNeil's going to be on this team after the deadline. I know some people are talking about McNeil might be in a deal. I doubt it. So if anybody was rumored to be in a deal, they wouldn't be in the lineup tonight. So the lineup shows that McNeil is probably going to be on this team after the deadline, and J.D. Davis. Again, there's always tomorrow, but pretty good chance that the Mets are using Dominic Smith or maybe Vientos, possibly other prospects in the top 10 to make deals regarding a bat and relievers. No, they can get Soto because they didn't give up really anybody that can hurt them in the Soto sweepstakes. They still got their number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 top prospect. They can get it done. They can definitely get it done. Well, that's a good. Well, I haven't seen. Oh, let me just check. I don't think the Nationals put their lineup up yet. Let me see. No, they didn't put it in yet. They're probably gonna wait. It's early. It's only 3:00. Usually, the home team usually puts it last. So, but we won't know the lineup, and I don't think he's gonna be in the lineup. There's no way they're gonna risk an injury to not put him in a lineup. So he's probably not playing today and tomorrow, for sure. I don't know if he's going to be a Dodger. I don't know. You haven't really heard the Dodgers rumored. It's always been the Cardinals and the Padres, possibly the Yankees, which I doubt. I think the Cardinals or the Padres, one of those 2 teams. I don't think the Dodgers. I think the Dodgers, look, do they really need more offense? I doubt it. But they need pitching. And that's why I'm shocked that they're not all the way in on Frankie Montas, in my opinion. So we got about a couple of minutes left. I'm going to refresh Twitter, see if you got anything with that. 2 clubs who've talked to Mets. This is from Andy Martino 3 minutes ago. 2 clubs who've talked to the Mets came away with the impression they're not willing to move prospect Vientos, Mauricio, and Ramirez for a rental. That's in addition to Alvarez and Betty. Mets so far holding firm opposition. Trading prospects we reported last night. So, yeah. Again, I still think it's Andy Martino. Again, take that with a grain of salt, please. Because everything that Andy Martino talks about, tweets about with the Mets is always, they're not really doing it. They might be in on it. I don't think so. They're in on this. They're not happening. Yeah, Mike, Vientos has no role in this team. If he had a role in this team, he should have been up 5 weeks ago, DHing as that right-handed bat, and he was not. Why is that? Because the Mets didn't want to put him in a position where if he came up and DH and sucked, his value would go down. The Mets are not against trading Vientos. They're not. I'm going to tell you that right now. Vientos, if it's Vasquez and Martinez or Robertson or Contreras, Vientos is going to be in that deal. It's just that simple. And if you don't want to trade Vientos to get a bat that will help this lineup, you really don't want to win. And I'm serious about that. And it's not about that I don't like your opinion or I don't appreciate your opinion. I do. And Mike, this is not only you. This is a lot of other people that were talking about this earlier. It is comical how many people think every prospect is going to work out. Vientos, who's the third baseman, first baseman. Beatty's blocking Vientos at third base. Alonso's blocking him at first base. The Mets didn't put Vientos at second base to make him learn that position. Why is that? Because he probably can't play second base. And if he could play second base, the Mets don't want him to put there. On top of that, if the Mets were so ready and so willing not to get rid of Vientos, you should have brought him up a couple of weeks ago in DH. They did not want to have his value go down. Because if he came up and didn't play well offensively, his value would go down, which would hurt the Mets' chances in trade deals. The same thing with Ronnie Mauricio, the reason why they're not changing his position from shortstop. He's blocked at shortstop from Lindor. He's blocked at third base if you wanted to put him there. Second base, you still got Jeff McNeil there. But Mauricio has not been moved to second base because his best value right now is at shortstop. The best trading asset the Mets have is Ronnie Mauricio that they're willing to give. They're willing to give. Don't let them fool you. Again, you're not trading Mauricio for a rental. It's not happening. But, if Mauricio had to be in a deal with I don't know, name a controllable guy who is a really big bat. So, again, Andy Martino said this all the time. All the time. He does this all the time at the Mets. And the Mets are not willing to trade this one or that one. Did Andy Martino say that they were going to trade JT Ginn for Chris Bassett? Was he telling that the Mets were going to give up Pete Crow Armstrong for Javi Baez? No. All right? JT Ginn was a move by Epler for Chris Bassett. Okay? We don't have pitching prospects in our top 10 that are worth anything. That could be very good. Those pitchers are years away. Right? They traded their number 5 prospect in JT Ginn for Chris Bassett. Why wouldn't you think Mark Vientos, who was 6th ranked prospect before JT Ginn was traded, why wouldn't they trade him? Because guess what? We traded JT Ginn for a rental in Chris Bassett. I guarantee you, people, if that was rumored about, Mets fans would have been mad about that. But they weren't. Stop hugging prospects because it will bite you in the ass 2-3 years from now when the Mets' top 5 prospects now, there's a pretty good chance that maybe one will be really good. Possibly 2. 9 out of 10 times the prospects are usually not that good. Stop hugging them. Because if you continue to be Wilpon-esque and always lift up your prospects. Oh, Fernando Martinez, last is Millage, Generation K, Harvey, Syndergaard. Nobody talked about DeGrom, but he's he has 2 Cy Youngs. Stop it. Because the prospect that you don't hear about will probably be better than the prospect you hear about every single day. All right, guys, it's 3 o'clock. 2 big moves. Yankees trade for a reliever, Scott Efross, from the Cubs. 5 years of control. Very good season this year for the Cubs. Yankees trade number 7 prospect in Wesniewski to the Cubs. That is the deal. The Yankees get their bullpen arm that they desperately need. Big trade that's on the screen right now. Brewers trade Josh Hader, the first place Milwaukee Brewers. Trade Josh Hader to the Padres for number 7, number 28 prospect, Lamet and Taylor Rogers. Go into the Brewers. Excuse me. With that said, guys, The voice is going. With that said, guys, thank you guys for tuning in for the 5-hour special. MLB Trade Deadline, 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Tomorrow, tune in for the last day of the trade deadline from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Also, the Grom start, I will be on live during the Mets game tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's hope for our Mets, if you're a Mets fan. Excuse me. Let's hope the Mets make a couple of moves. I expect them to get a big bat and two relievers. Hopefully, it gets done and the Mets do some moves. They need a little bit more help, even though they've been good this year. Let's hope they get it done. Again, the latest, Frankie Montas is a favorite for the Yankees and the Cardinals. Nothing is set in stone yet. I think the Cardinals have a better system. They might be able to give the number 1 and number 2 prospect. If they give one of those two guys, they will beat the Yankees offer. We will see. Once again, guys, everybody have a good night. Enjoy the Mets game tonight. Everybody, hopefully your team gets the players you want to make their team better for that playoff push and the World Series run. Everybody have a good night. Thank you for tuning in. As always, Mets fans, let's go Mets. Have a good night, guys.